Chapter 970. 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. 6 years ago, after the destruction of the 4 great forces, 3 more forces announced the birth of saints not long after. Then, they expanded their territory and became third-rank forces. The central region had once again returned to the situation of the 18 great powers. As it turned out, the rhyme of the 18 forces was, 1 pavilion and 2 schools shake the heavens and earth, 3 families and 4 sects shake the mountains and rivers, 8 forces gather and a storm rises, the central region shakes the universe. Now, it had become 1 pavilion and 1 palace guarding a region, 2 sects and 2 races vying for supremacy. The 5 clans and 7 sects, the heaven roundabout pavilion, and the internal universe stabilizes the dragon province. The pavilion belonged to the martial spirit pavilion, and the palace was the proud smile palace. The 2 sects were the medicine sect and alchemy sect. The 2 clans were the Dongfang clan and the Shangguan clan. The 6 clans and 8 sects were the Feng, Lu, Gu, Bu, and Duan clans. The 7 sects were the Violet Thunder sect, Heaven Cracking sect, Myriad Flower sect, Spirit Night Palace, Wondrous Heaven sect, Yin Yang God sect, and Tiger King sect. Apart from the martial spirit pavilion and the proud smiling palace, who were recognized as the most powerful forces, the rest of the forces did not use their rankings to determine their strength. Back then, the Medicine Gate was still one of the top 3 great powers. After all, the Medicine Gate also had a saint alchemist overseeing it, and it was an old power that had existed for tens of thousands of years. The alchemy school had changed its name from the previous alchemy school. A saint alchemist had appeared in the alchemy school, so they had changed their name to announce it to the world. They hoped that the alchemy school and the alchemy school could continue to support each other and continue to grow stronger. The other 2 new forces were the Duan clan and the Tiger King sect. The Duan clan was an ancient clan that had been hiding for a long time. After the Ouyang clan was destroyed by the proud smiling palace, they quickly took over the remaining forces of the Ouyang clan and became a new great force. The Tiger King sect followed the example of the proud smiling palace. A powerful being who called himself Tiger King took over the city and became the king. In just a few years, he united all the big and small forces in the area. It was said that there was a saint in the sect. Because of this, the Tiger King sect caught up with the big forces. At the same time, a new round of the Imperial Rankings battle had begun. The Imperial Ranking Tournament was always the stage that young people looked forward to the most. It was the most dazzling place for any young person to make a name for themselves in the central region. The Imperial Ranking Tournament this time was slightly different from the previous ones. That is, the disciples of the great forces do not have the priority to enter the chaotic battle's abyss. If all the earthly sovereign realm cultivators wanted to enter the final round, they would have to go through all the battles in the city and enter the top 10 of the minor competition. This rule was proposed by the palace master of the proud smiling palace, and the martial spirit pavilion had also passed this decision. The other forces didn't even have the chance to object. All the famous cities in the central territory started setting up arenas to hold this grand event. The battles between dragons and tigers were exciting and varied. Many heroes fell, and even more monstrous geniuses soared into the world, attracting the attention of many forces. For example, the new leaders of the spiritual martial pavilion, Leng Feng and Bai Yueme, Xen Li and Qi Yang of the proud smile palace, Huo Ming of the medicine sect, Dongfang Long of the Dongfang clan. In addition to these outstanding representatives from the major forces, there were also many heroes from small forces and powerful dark horses from rogue cultivators. The strength these people displayed was definitely not inferior to the monstrous geniuses of the various great powers. All of them killed their way through and entered the top 10, entering the chaotic battlefield abyss. In front of the ruined city, in front of the chaotic battlefield abyss, the top 10 elites of the minor competition from the major cities gathered here. There were a total of 400 to 500 people. Most of them were peak or high-level earthly sovereign realm cultivators, and there were few monstrous geniuses below high-level earthly sovereign realm. Every imperial ranking tournament required the earthly sovereign to be less than 100 years old. Those who could attain the strength of a high-level earthly sovereign within such a short period of time were all extraordinary existences. The men were all valiant and outstanding, and the women were all elegant and charming. Before entering the chaotic battlefield abyss, many earthly sovereign realm cultivators began to form teams, waiting to enter the chaotic battlefield abyss so that they would have more power to search for sovereign elixirs and save their lives. The Imperial ranking tournament had been going on for thousands of years. As an ancient battlefield, there were not many sovereign elixirs left in the chaotic battlefield abyss. Therefore, this would be the last time the Imperial ranking tournament would be held in the chaotic battlefield abyss. Next time, it would have to be held in another battlefield. In one direction, there were 5 peak earthly sovereign realm cultivators gathered together. There were 4 men and 1 woman among them. The martial robes they wore were embroidered with the same emblem. Obviously, they were from the same sect. The leader of the group was a handsome young man dressed in green clothes. He looked like a refined scholar and always had a calm smile on his face. He gave people a feeling that he was approachable. Beside him was a woman dressed in light yellow clothes. She had a charming face, a graceful and exquisite body, and a graceful and moving bearing. She was a first-class beauty. Beside the two of them was a handsome man with an outstanding temperament. He was constantly emitting a strong fire energy. It was as if he had too much energy and couldn't suppress the fluctuation of his attribute. He was so hot that ordinary people didn't dare to approach him. The other 2 men looked slightly ordinary, but they were both peak earthly sovereign realm cultivators. They were both rare young experts. They couldn't hide their arrogance. From time to time, some earthly sovereign realm cultivators would come over to strike up a conversation with them, asking to join their camp. However, they were all rejected by the man in green clothes. These rejected earthly sovereign realm cultivators didn't dare to be angry. Anyway, they tactfully walked away. They all knew how delicate the 5 people in front of them were. It was their honor to be able to join them, but they didn't dare to complain if they couldn't. The 5 of them were the representatives of the younger generation of the proud, smiling palace. Although it was the first time the proud, smiling palace had come to participate in the Imperial List tournament, no one dared to underestimate the strength of the 5 people in front of them, especially the handsome man in green clothes with a green sword on his back. He was Exin Li, the chief disciple of the proud, smiling palace master Ling Xiao. He had reached the strength of a high-level earthly sovereign realm cultivator. With the moon-cutting sword art, he had killed his way to the central region and gained the title of Green Emperor. The woman beside him was his cousin, Sun Yu. The young man with the fire attribute was Han Kai's only disciple, Qi Yang. The other 2 were Yang Chong and Bu Aoren. The former was the youngest son of the Xian Emperor, Yang Xianfeng, while the latter was the most outstanding disciple of the proud, smiling palace. Yang Chong had long since been accepted as a true disciple by the Snake Hall Master, Ling Shi. "Cousin, why don't we form a team and go in?" Sun Yu's red lips parted as she asked in confusion. Before Exin Li could speak, Bu Aoren spoke first. "Senior sister, with our strength, do we still need to team up with them?" There was a hint of disdain in Bu Aoren's tone. It was obvious that he had developed the arrogant habit of being part of a big force. However, those who knew him knew that although he was a little arrogant, his character was still passable. Otherwise, Leng Shi would not have spent so much effort to cultivate him. That's not the case. Although we are much stronger than them, there is strength in numbers, Yang Chong said in a strange tone. His eyes also revealed a bit of contempt for the other earthly sovereign realm cultivators. Exin Li opened his mouth and said, "The 4 of you are a team. Master said that we can't rely on external help to see our abilities." "The 4 of us? Aren't there 5 of us here?" Sun Yu asked again. Qi Yang, who had not yet spoken, raised his eyebrows and looked at Exin Li. "I guess martial uncle will definitely let eldest senior brother train alone." At this time, the other 3 looked at Exin. Exin Li nodded and admitted, "That's right. Back then, Master entered the chaotic battle abyss with his strength at the intermediate level and seized the first sovereign realm. How can I tarnish Master's reputation?" "So that's how it is. Eldest senior brother, you are under a lot of pressure. I heard that there are many dangers inside. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Be careful, eldest senior brother. Yang Chong said with some worry. That's right. There are many resentful spirits inside. Eldest senior brother, you should train alone. Be careful and don't force yourself. Bu Aoran said. As the eldest senior brother, Xen Li's strength was also the strongest among all the true disciples. Moreover, he was very good to others, so these junior brothers respected him very much. The four of you should also pay more attention. Don't think that no one will dare to touch us just because we are from the Smiling Palace. After all, no matter who is killed inside, no one will care about you. I hope that after a year, we can all come out in one piece and fight for the best ranking. We can't tarnish the reputation of the Smiling Palace. Xen Li said very solemnly. The four of them nodded and agreed. At this time, 7 people walked towards them. The leader was a cold and handsome young man. He walked like a dragon and tiger, and his aura was dignified. He had a domineering aura that looked down on the world, giving people a feeling that no one should approach him. Beside him was a stunningly beautiful woman. She was dressed in white satin, and she was like a delicate lotus that had just emerged from the water. She was so beautiful that even Sun Yu, who was already beautiful, seemed to pale in comparison to her. These 7 people were the young geniuses of the spiritual martial pavilion. The young man in the lead was Lung Feng, and beside him was his junior sister, Bai Yuan. Xen Li naturally knew them, but he didn't know why they were here. He was puzzled. Could it be that they want to compete in advance? Brother Lung, what's the matter? Xen Li asked faintly. Lung Feng glanced at Xen Li, then looked at the people behind him and said, Xen Li, is there only these few people from the Smiling Palace? It seems that you are missing one person. Could it be that he was eliminated before the minor competition? Xen Li slightly frowned and said, What do you mean? The few people behind Xen Li looked at Lung Feng angrily. When Lung Feng was about to say something, Bai Yueme, who was beside him, said with some resentment, Where did that little thief Feng Lingtian go? I don't believe that he can't enter the top 10 of the minor competition. Junior brother has been out training and hasn't returned yet. I don't know if he participated in the Imperial ranking tournament. Why are you looking for my junior brother? Xen Li looked at Bai Yueme and said. Although Bai Yueme was extremely beautiful, Xen Li felt that she was still a little lacking compared to his master's wives. Could it be that junior brother is like master, flirting everywhere and provoking this white rose? Xen Li wondered in his heart. Damn it, Feng Lingtian didn't come? Bai Yueme clenched her fists and murmured. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a complicated expression. Chapter 971. After hearing Bai Yueme's words, everyone knew what had happened between her and Feng Lingtian. Lung Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. Junior sister, I told you that coward wouldn't dare to participate in the Imperial List contest. He doesn't have his father's power. What did you say? Xen Li's face darkened. Qi Yang also shouted, How dare you insult my junior uncle? Do you think we are afraid of you? The other 3 also glared at Lung Feng. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was like a god. They would not allow anyone to insult him. Do you want to fight? I don't mind killing you now. The Proud Smile Palace is a nouveau riche. Do you really think you can compare with the martial arts court? Lung Feng shouted arrogantly. As he finished speaking, his aura instantly soared and a strong heat emitted from him. It was very threatening. He was only at the peak of the earthly king realm, but his aura had already surpassed it. It was close to the aura of a celestial master. No wonder he was a genius from a powerful force. He could look down on many earthly kings with his aura. Fine. We are nouveau riche, but we are better than you parasites. Do you really think you can insult the Proud Smile Palace just because you are a disciple of the martial arts court? My master defeated Wu Bufan. Today I, Xen Li, will defeat you, Lung Feng. The person Xen Li respected the most was his master. The Proud Smile Palace was founded by his master. He regarded the Proud Smile Palace as his home. He would not allow anyone to insult the Proud Smile Palace. Then, Xen Li's aura burst out. His aura was not any weaker than Lung Feng's. Just as the two of them were about to start fighting, a shout rang out, Quickly gather here, we're entering the chaotic war abyss. Count yourself lucky. We will fight once we are inside. Leng Feng said disdainfully. He then led the group to the gathering place. I'm not afraid of you. I, Xen Li, will definitely become the first sovereign. Xen Li shouted confidently. Many earthly kings looked at him. Some were provoking, some were disdainful, and some were admiring. When the earthly sovereigns entered the chaotic war abyss, they immediately split up to search for emperor pills. The battle between Xen Li and Leng Feng was postponed until after they exited the chaotic abyss of war. When everyone had disappeared from the vast ancient battlefield, there was a person wearing a cloak that covered most of his face. He was walking leisurely, as if he was not worried that the emperor pills would be snatched away by others. This person had concealed all of his aura, and no one could sense any fluctuations from his aura. He looked in the direction where the people from the martial spirit court had left and murmured, I am a coward, but I am also a man-eating ghost. After saying that, he took strange steps and swept towards one of the directions. Only now did they realize that he was only a middle-stage Earth sovereign. This level of strength was definitely the most inconspicuous among all the earthly sovereign realm experts. However, he was able to fight his way into the top 10 of the minor competition with this level of strength. His combat strength was extraordinary. 1 year was not a long time. When the earthly sovereign realm experts were searching for the emperor pills, they were chased by many resentful spirits. Occasionally, they would encounter the remnant spirits of the Xian Arch. Many earthly sovereign realm experts died in the hands of these resentful spirits and remnant spirits. Similarly, many others died in the hands of other robbers. Among the hundreds of earthly sovereign realm experts, only half of them survived until the end. It was obvious how cruel and difficult the road to becoming a sovereign was. When it was almost time to exit the chaotic war abyss, Leng Feng of the martial spirit court and Xen Li of the proud smiling palace were finally going to clash. Most of the earthly sovereign realm experts were gathered together, waiting for the beginning of this fierce battle. In the last imperial ranking competition, the position of first sovereign slipped out of the hands of the martial spirit court. It was a disgrace to our martial spirit court. This time, I will defeat the disciple of Ling Xiao and take the position of first sovereign. Then, I will let everyone know that the proud palace is just a nouveau riche. Compared with us, the martial spirit court, you are still far behind. Leng Feng stared at Xen Li with a cold ghost axe in his hand and said. Xen Li held the moon's slashing sword in his hand, looking elegant and dignified. He stared at Leng Feng and said, in the last imperial ranking competition, my master entered the abyss of war as a middle-stage earthly sovereign realm expert and took the position of first sovereign by himself. Later, he defeated senior Wu Bufan of the martial spirit court at the Tianju Lake. Today, you have humiliated the proud palace. Even if you are a disciple of the martial spirit court, I will kill you with my sword to prove the name of the proud palace. After a year of training, the two of them had reached the exceptional stage of the earthly sovereign realm. They only needed to comprehend the power of the world to break through to the celestial master realm. The aura of the two of them burst out in an instant. The pebbles on the ground were thrown into the air and many earthly sovereign realm experts retreated far away. Just as the two of them were fighting, a figure rushed over from afar. The figure's aura was overbearing and overbearing. He forcibly rushed in between the two of them and blocked their path. Who is it? Are you tired of living? Leng Feng frowned and shouted. Xen Li also looked at the person and felt that this aura was quite familiar. Bai Yueme, who was beside Leng Feng, trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement as she looked at the person. It was a man wearing a cloak. His appearance could not be seen clearly. However, the aura that overflowed from him was not weaker than that of Leng Feng and Xen Li. In fact, it was even stronger. The person sneered at Leng Feng and said, I have given you 1 more year to live. In the future, I, Feng Lingtian, will take your life. After he finished speaking, he pulled the cloak on his body and revealed a handsome face that was almost devilish. He was Feng Lingtian, the son of the palace lord of the proud smile palace, Ling Xiao. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His nose bridge was high and his thick lips were filled with an evil smile. His facial features looked like they had been carved meticulously. It was very pleasing to the eye. He was wearing a black tight-fitting martial suit, which perfectly accentuated his well-built and well-proportioned figure. He carried a golden spear on his back, and his entire body exuded a strong and domineering aura, faintly giving off an aura that could subdue others. The women who were watching the battle couldn't help but exclaim softly. Their eyes were filled with excitement. "Junior brother, Feng Lingtian." Several voices were heard at the same time. The people of the Proud Smile Palace were pleasantly surprised when they saw Feng Lingtian, who had suddenly appeared. Bai Yueme, who was beside Lung Feng, also cried out in surprise. Her beautiful eyes were filled with complicated emotions. "Haha, do you think a coward like you is qualified to challenge me?" Lung Feng suddenly laughed. His tiger-like eyes flashed with strong killing intent. The reason why he hated the Proud Smile Palace so much was because of Feng Lingtian. This was because Feng Lingtian had once flirted with his most beloved junior sister, Bai Yueme. He also felt that his junior sister seemed to have special feelings for Feng Lingtian. This was absolutely not something he would allow. "Junior brother, you step back first. I will deal with him." Xanli looked at Feng Lingtian and said. Feng Lingtian was younger than him by more than 10 years. Although he started late, he still advanced very quickly. However, he didn't expect that his junior brother would also reach the same level as him. He thought to himself, as expected of Master's son. He already has the demeanor of Master in the past. "Senior brother, you step back. There is no need to dirty your hands to deal with this kind of trash," Feng Lingtian said with a somewhat evil smile. When Lung Feng heard Feng Lingtian call him a trash, a wave of anger rushed to his head. "Go to hell." After Lung Feng shouted, the ghost axe, which had reached the level of a semi-divine tool, slashed towards Feng Lingtian. The dense flame aura and the sharp blade aura attacked towards Feng Lingtian. Just the first slash contained the power of an Empyrean, which made the surrounding people reveal expressions of shock. "Be careful." Bai Yueme looked at Feng Lingtian with a worried expression and exclaimed. When Xanli wanted to rush forward to block this move for Feng Lingtian met it with an extremely fast speed. A long spear transformed into countless spear flowers, directly piercing through the flames and piercing towards Lung Feng. Rumble! Lung Feng and Feng Lingtian fought fiercely. Golden light and flames constantly intertwined and exploded. The two of them also used all kinds of powerful moves. As the new generation leader of the spiritual martial pavilion, it was impossible for Lung Feng to not have any ability. Although his physique was not as terrifying as Wu Bufan's, it was still a pure fire attribute physique. Cultivating the fire attribute had an incomparable advantage. Moreover, there were many resources in the spiritual martial pavilion for him to cultivate. Now that he had reached the peak of the Earth's sovereign realm before the age of 30, he was not inferior to any of the previous monstrous geniuses. Feng Lingtian's physique was also difficult for others to understand. He was a few years younger than Lung Feng, but he had reached the peak of the Earth's sovereign realm. As the son of Ling Xiao, although he walked a different path from Ling Xiao, he had all the outstanding combat inheritance of Ling Xiao and Feng Xianyun, so he was not afraid of Lung Feng at all in terms of strength. Originally, fire restrains metal was an unchanging law, but it was not reflected in Feng Lingtian's body. After hundreds of moves, the surrounding people were incomparably excited. They could not help but sigh. The strength of the two people in front of them had already far surpassed them. Even if they encountered a heavenly master, they would still be able to fight. I didn't expect that after so many years, junior brother has become so powerful. You really are the son of the palace lord. Bu Aran looked at Feng Lingtian with a face of respect. Yang Chong also nodded and said, "Junior brother has not used his trump card yet. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Trash would have been scared witless and surrendered long ago." "Junior brother, this brat really likes to scare people." Sun Yu echoed in agreement. "Junior brother will definitely win this battle," Xanli said with certainty. After a pause, he sighed and said, "The title of the first martial emperor will belong to junior brother. I'm afraid that the current me is no match for him. Not far away, Bai Yueme's beautiful eyes were exuding mixed emotions. In her heart, she actually hoped that the annoying Feng Lingtian would win this battle. She could not understand why she had such a thought. Could it be that I like this annoying guy? Bai Yueme asked in her heart. Chapter 972. At the exit of the chaotic war abyss, most of the earthly sovereigns gathered together to watch the two people fighting in the sky. Waves after waves of terrifying elemental powers clashed against each other. Two different types of powers splashed down, riddling the ground with holes. The two of them are too freakish. Every move is comparable to the strength of a low-level Empyrean. If we were to face them, we would have already been smashed to pieces. They are truly worthy of being the monstrous geniuses of the pavilion and palace. Isn't that right? One is the head disciple of the martial spirit pavilion, and the other is the son of the proud Laughing Palace's leader. They're both dragons and phoenixes. Also, the head disciple of the proud Laughing Palace, the Azure Emperor, isn't any weaker than them. The first emperor will definitely be one of them. That's not necessarily true. The other great powers also have a few monstrous geniuses, and they should have also gained a lot. Cut the crap. Let's see who's stronger. High up in the sky, the two youths were fighting fiercely. The more Lung Feng fought, the more shocked and irritated he became. 3 years ago, he and his junior sister had met Feng Lingtian when they were training outside. At that time, Feng Lingtian had just broken through to the earthly sovereign realm. At that time, he and his junior sister had picked a stalk of level 6 spiritual grass together, but unexpectedly encountered the attack of 4 level 5 venomous serpent pythons. The 4 venomous pythons were extremely ferocious. The two of them were only mid-level Earth sovereign realm cultivators. Although they had the ability to fight above their cultivation level, it was still difficult for them to deal with 4 venomous pythons at the same time. At that time, Feng Lingtian was in the vicinity. At that time, he did not know the identities of the two of them, so he hesitated for a moment before deciding to help. However, it just so happened that Bai Yueme was about to be devoured by a poisonous python. Feng Lingtian naturally decided to save her first. Using his speed, he dashed over and carried Bai Yueme away. However, the mistake was that Feng Lingtian had stirred up trouble by saving people, because when he was carrying Bai Yueme away, his big hands were on Bai Yueme's breasts. Bai Yueme, who had always been as pure as ice and as clean as jade, was taken advantage of by an unfamiliar man. She immediately chased after Feng Lingtian without a care for anything else. Feng Lingtian felt wronged. He even saved a person and something happened. He didn't like to fight with women, so he could only run away. In any case, he had indeed earned a little bit of peace, and Bai Yueme's full chest and elasticity made him reminisce a lot. At that time, Lung Feng also saw the scene of Feng Lingtian hugging Bai Yueme and his anger soared. From then on, he swore that he would definitely chop off Feng Lingtian's hands. He and Bai Yueme had chased after Feng Lingtian for a period of time, and only then did the three of them know each other's identities. At that time, Lung Feng felt that Feng Lingtian's strength was far inferior to his. Otherwise, how could he possibly be chased by them all the way until he was battered and exhausted? It had only been 3 years, but not only had Feng Lingtian's strength caught up to him, he was even able to fight to a draw with him. This made it very hard for Lung Feng to accept this fact. No matter how fast you advance, you must die by my saber today. Lung Feng made up his mind. Lung Feng's attacks became fiercer and fiercer, and his strength finally erupted to 100%. The raging flames scorched the sky until it was abnormally hot. This power was already infinitely close to the battle prowess of a mid-level heavenly venerable. As long as he comprehended world power, he would probably be able to break through 2 levels in one go, and reaching the strength of a mid-level heavenly venerable would not be a problem. Feng Lingtian's face, which had always been calm and collected, finally revealed a serious expression. "Brat, if you're willing to cripple both your arms, I can spare your life today on account that your father is a formidable character of a generation. Otherwise, don't blame me for being infuriated." Lung Feng shouted as he brandished his ghost axe broadsword, chopping towards Feng Lingtian in a grand manner. Just based on you, and you also want this young master's arms? You won't have the chance in this lifetime. Feng Lingtian snorted coldly. His long spear surged, and numerous gold gu emperors pounced towards Lung Feng to bite. Since you're thick-headed, then go and die for me. Lung Feng wiped away a sinister look and roared loudly. His ghost axe broadsword chopped 5 times in a row, burning 5th slash. Each saber contained the power to cut the sky and split the earth, and also carried surging ferocious flames, burning in all directions. This was one of Lung Feng's ultimate saber skills. It would not be easy for a low-level heavenly venerable to block it. It was obvious that he was prepared to kill Feng Lingtian now. The power is not bad, but you're not qualified to kill me, Feng Lingnan. Feng Lingtian snorted coldly and pointed his long spear at Lung Feng. His body spun rapidly, and his entire body seemed to have become one with the long spear. His imposing manner was like a rainbow as he drilled towards the saber light. This move of Feng Lingtian's was completely integrated with his long spear, blending into the heaven and earth, and exerted an unimaginable power. Heaven? Unity of heaven and man? How did he do it? Lung Feng exclaimed in disbelief. The people watching from the side also revealed a look of surprise, and they all burst into an uproar at the same time. Any move that wanted to blend into the heaven and earth and create a move with the effect of heaven's might was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Not only did it require opportunity, but it also required great comprehension ability. And now, Feng Lingtian actually used the powerful move of unity of heaven and man in an instant. Looking at how proficient he was, it was obvious that it was not the first time he entered this state. It was not the first time Lung Feng saw this state. Back then, he was fortunate enough to see his martial uncle Wu Bufan use it when he was competing with the Supreme Elder of the Pavilion. That power was still fresh in his mind. He had always seen this kind of realm as the goal he pursued, but every time he touched a bottleneck, it was always difficult to grasp that feeling. The long spear swept out, and the sharp golden light flickered, sweeping the 5 terrifying fire sabers to the side. The human spear turned into a sinister and terrifying golden goo, biting towards Lung Feng. Lung Feng was shocked. He absolutely could not take this move head-on. He rapidly retreated, and at the same time, slashed out a lot of saber force again, hoping to force Feng Lingtian to stop. However, Feng Lingtian already had the intention to kill and did not intend to show mercy at all. He originally did not want to lower himself to the same level as Lung Feng and Bai Yuemin. Back then when he was being chased by them, he was just too lazy to fight back. It was not that he was afraid of them. He did not expect that Lung Feng would be so insensible and continuously humiliate his father and the proud Smile Palace. He definitely would not let Lung Feng live. Fire Wolf, come out. At this critical moment, Lung Feng had no choice but to summon out his protective spiritual beast. A peak rank 5 mutated Fire Wolf King with a single horn appeared in front of Lung Feng, and a flame instantly shot out from its horn towards Feng Lingtian. The color of the flame was dark green. It was a type of Yang beast fire, and its power was rather extraordinary. Feng Lingtian's body paused slightly, and the long spear in his hand loosened. His palm slapped the end of the spear fiercely, and the long spear continued to pierce forward rapidly. Whoa. The one-horned fire wolf was ruthlessly pierced through the abdomen by the long spear, causing it to howl in pain. Damn it, I'm going to kill you! Lung Feng shouted, and his killing intent soared as he counterattacked Feng Lingtian. A slash through the air. A strike that reduced complexity to simplicity, carrying the force of a thunderbolt, chopped towards the weaponless Feng Lingtian's head. The power of this move was comparable to a mid-stage Heavenly Venerate's attack. The surrounding air was sliced apart, and the saber force had yet to reach, but it already gave people an incomparably oppressive feeling. This was Lung Feng using 200% of his full strength, and he was determined to finish off Feng Lingtian in one move. Bai Yuemin, who was below, was deeply aware of the prowess of this move, and she faintly started to worry for Feng Lingtian in her heart. Thinking back, she also knew that Feng Lingtian took liberties with her in order to save her, but her private parts were touched by a man for the first time, so she was naturally infuriated. The reason why she wanted to capture Feng Lingtian was merely to beat him up to vent her anger. She had never thought of repaying kindness with enmity and killing Feng Lingtian. Furthermore, during those days when she was chasing after Feng Lingtian, she always felt that he was too calm and collected, and even deliberately waited for her and her senior brother to catch up from time to time before running away, displaying that frivolous appearance, which gave her a very different feeling. Now, seeing that he was about to be beheaded by her senior brother, her heart was tightly gripped. Eldest senior brother, let's quickly make a move to save junior brother. Qi Yang cried out in alarm, wanting to make a move to block Lin Feng's attack. However, Xen Li pulled Qi Yang back and said, "Don't look at how junior brother is usually as easy to talk to as us. When it comes to a real battle, he's more arrogant than anyone else. He absolutely won't allow us to make a move. That's disrespect to him. Moreover, we have to believe in junior brother's strength. He will definitely win." Feng Lingtian's long spear had already attacked, but Lin Feng's ghost axe broadsword arrived in an instant. Just when everyone thought that Feng Lingtian was about to face the situation of being beheaded, they only saw him make an unexpected move. He actually relied on his hands to receive Lin Feng's simple yet complicated attack. Empty-handed blade catching. This was a relatively simple and practical defensive move that his father had taught him before. But the prerequisite was that both hands had to withstand the sharp attribute power of the opponent's weapon. Otherwise, before he could receive the opponent's weapon, he would cripple his own hands first. Since Feng Lingtian dared to do this, he was naturally not afraid of being burned by Lin Feng's flames. Layers of glorious gold armor condensed on his palms, forcefully blocking Lin Feng's demon axe broadsword. The elemental flames continued to attack his face, but fortunately, he had also condensed a golden armor around his body in an instant, blocking the flames. Even so, there was still a cut on Feng Lingtian's forehead, and fresh blood slowly flowed out. Feng Lingtian's calm expression changed, that dragon eyes instantly revealed a dazzling ominous glint. "To actually be able to injure me, very good." Feng Lingtian's aura actually rose once again. He instantly raised his leg and kicked towards Lin Feng's groin. "Oh!" Lin Feng was caught off guard and couldn't help but cry out in pain. Feng Lingtian released his ghost axe broadsword. His entire body got close to Lin Feng, and his fists were like a violent storm, bombarding towards Lin Feng's face. Bang bang! Feng Lingtian's fists were as fast as the wind, incomparably ferocious, hitting Lin Feng to the point that he didn't even have the strength to resist, and was hit from the sky to the ground by Feng Lingtian, raising countless amounts of dust. Chapter 973. Just like Ling Xiao, Feng Lingtian was not afraid of anything. Even if his opponent was the chief disciple of the martial spirit pavilion, he would not show any mercy. Each of his punches contained thousands of pounds of force. Lin Feng's mother would not be able to recognize him. Lin Feng was smashed by the fists that were like a violent storm, causing him to feel dizzy and disoriented. That kind of pain made him feel incomparably uncomfortable, and the most hateful thing was that the guy actually kept hitting his face. Wasn't he purely trying to disfigure him? Useless trash. You don't deserve to be the chief true disciple of the martial spirit pavilion. Feng Lingtian fiercely kicked Lin Feng's lower abdomen, sending him flying far away as he said with disdain, "Silence." The entire place was dead silent as they watched this scene unfold. This was simply too shocking. It was the first time that the chief disciple of the martial spirit pavilion was beaten so badly that he could not fight back. They looked at the domineering Feng Lingtian and faintly felt a sense of admiration. Good job, junior brother. Do you think you are great just because you are a disciple of the martial spirit pavilion? We, the proud smiling palace, are not to be trifled with. Bu Aoren laughed heartily. That's right. Some people think they are invincible. Yang Chong chimed in. Bastard! How dare you hurt my junior brother? Everyone, let's kill the people of the proud smiling palace. An earthly king of the martial spirit pavilion shouted and rushed toward the people of the proud smiling palace. He was about to attack them. Just as the people of the proud smiling palace were about to attack, Exenli said lightly, Stay where you are." After saying that, the azure sword on his back was unsheathed. He flew up like a goshawk and slashed at the earthly king of the martial spirit pavilion with the azure sword in his hand. This sword was mixed with the supreme sword will. The terrifying sword light was like a star chasing after the moon. Its power was vast and boundless. This was the high-grade sword skill, beheading moon sword art. It had already been cultivated by Xian Li to the point of perfection, The earthly king of the martial spirit pavilion felt the terrifying power. His expression changed and he blocked Xian Li's attack with his sword. Boom! The energy collided and produced an earth-shattering explosion. Then, a figure flew backward like a cannonball, and a stream of blood instantly sprayed all over the sky. This figure was the Spirit Martial Pavilion's earthly emperor. He couldn't even withstand a single move from Xian Li and was defeated just like that. The expressions of the earthly sovereigns who were watching all changed. They all knew that almost all of the monstrous disciples trained by the Spiritual Martial Pavilion had the ability to fight beyond their level. But now, such a disciple couldn't even withstand a single move from Xian Li. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Xian Li's strength was. How terrifying! This is the strength of the head disciple of the number 1 figure in the Central Territory, Senior Ling Xiao. Yes, I heard that Senior Ling was able to kill a saint while still at the high stage of the Mystic Emperor realm. Even though he had the help of a divine artifact, he wouldn't have been able to protect a divine artifact if he didn't possess some strength. Looks like the Proud Palace is going to beat the Martial Spirit Pavilion this time. Isn't that right? Feng Lingtian and Xian Li are going to monopolize the position of the leader of our generation. Bastard, if I don't kill you people from the Proud Palace today, I, Lung Feng, am not a human. Lung Feng roared like an angry lion. No, it should be an angry pig's head. His face was bruised and swollen by Feng Lingtian, and he was as ugly as a pig's head. He didn't look handsome at all. He had an urge to die of shame. As the head disciple of the Spiritual Martial Pavilion, he was humiliated in front of so many people. He couldn't stand it. He gathered a large amount of spiritual energy, and his body slightly swelled up. A huge aura instantly filled the air, and the power of a world quietly appeared. He actually wanted to forcibly break through to the Celestial Master Stage at this time and kill the people from the Proud Palace. Senior brother, stop. Now that you've broken through to the Celestial Master Stage, you can't be ranked outside. Bai Yueme hurriedly stopped him. What was called the Imperial List Tournament? It was a tournament where only earthly sovereigns could participate. Furthermore, even their spiritual beasts had to be at least rank 5 and couldn't exceed this rank. Otherwise, the Imperial List Tournament would be meaningless. If someone broke through in the Chaotic War Abyss, no matter how many Imperial Elixirs he obtained, it wouldn't be counted. Now that Lung Feng wanted to forcibly break through to the Celestial Master Stage, he risked not being ranked in the rankings to kill the people from the Proud Palace. It was obvious how angry he was. What's the point of ranking? It's just a title. Only true strength is the way to go. Lung Feng replied disdainfully, and then he looked at Feng Linghan and shouted, "Little bastard, I'm going to take your life today." Lung Feng shouted, and then he deduced the power of his world and pressed it towards Feng Lingtian. His world power was filled with countless waves of fire, and there was a pack of mutated horned wolf kings howling nonstop, wanting to devour and kill Feng Lingtian. I didn't want to fall out with the Spiritual Martial Pavilion for the sake of my 2 uncles, but it seems like you're looking for death. Don't blame me then. Feng Lingtian didn't show any fear, and his dragon eyes flashed with a murderous intent. As his voice fell, a terrifying aura suddenly rose from Feng Lingtian. An incomparably malevolent Golden Goo Emperor and a Golden Silkworm Emperor rose from behind him. In the end, the 2 beasts merged together to form a Golden Silkworm Emperor. That terrifying demonic aura instantly spread out. Layers of golden armor began to cover Feng Lingtian's body, causing him to turn into a golden god of war that was awe-inspiring. Worm transformation. Feng Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a golden worm king. He put his palms together, and his whole body rushed towards Lung Feng's world power. He fused with the heaven and earth, and all the surrounding forces strengthened his own strength. This was another attack of the oneness of heaven and man. How can it be the oneness of heaven and man again? Could it be that the oneness of heaven and man realm is a cabbage that can be casually entered? Lung Feng was almost crazily shouting. Not only him, but the people who were watching the battle were also wailing. After all, there were some people who couldn't even take half a step into this realm in their entire lives, but Feng Lingtian could casually reach this realm. Wasn't it infuriating to compare oneself with others? It was very rare for people to casually enter this state to fight. Even the palace master of the proud smiling palace, Ling Xiao, didn't have this ability. Only Wu Bufan, who had the chaotic physique, had this ability. Feng Lingtian was born with extraordinary talent. When he was in the palace, he was often trained by Ling Xiao. In order to obtain his father's mercy, Feng Lingtian was always thinking of raising his battle strength. Later on, he accidentally entered the oneness of heaven and man realm. From there, he slowly comprehended the feeling of merging with the heaven and earth, and after many years of life and death experience and comprehension, Feng Lingtian also had today's achievements. Finally, Lung Feng's world power began to collide with Feng Lingtian. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Powerful elemental powers continuously collided, and countless energies splattered in all directions. The surrounding people hurriedly retreated a little further, afraid that they would be affected. Big senior brother, will junior brother be all right? Bu Aoren swallowed his saliva and asked. Facing such a powerful attack from Lung Feng, he didn't have any confidence in taking it. He was very worried that something would happen to Feng Lingtian. If that was the case, with his palace master's character, he would immediately start a war with the spiritual martial pavilion. Junior brother will definitely win. Exine Li's eyes were still filled with determination as he said. He vaguely remembered that a few years ago, he once fought with his junior brother. At that time, his strength was much higher than his junior brother's, and he thought that he would easily win. However, in the end, he could only fight to a draw with his junior brother. He knew that his junior brother had completely inherited his master's fierce ability to fight above his level, so he was sure that his junior brother would definitely win. As the two forces collided and disappeared, both of them were sent flying backwards. The two of them stood facing the wind, their clothes fluttering in the wind. One of them was handsome and elegant, dazzling any woman, while the other was as ugly as a pig's head, making people lose their appetite. After a while, one of them was the first to spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face became incomparably pale. Junior brother! Several people from the proud, smiling palace exclaimed at the same time. It was obvious that the result of the collision between the two was that Feng Lingtian was injured. The surrounding people sighed softly once again. Lung Feng suddenly broke through to the celestial master stage, and his strength instantly increased. Feng Lingtian's loss can't be considered unjust. Yes, Feng Lingtian can be considered to be honorable even though he lost. I didn't expect that Lung Feng's character to be so bad. He wasn't a match for Feng Lingtian at the same level, but he actually forced himself to kill Feng Lingtian. It seems that this time, the proud smiling palace and the spiritual martial pavilion will have a falling out. Isn't that right? A few years ago, Senior Ling swept away the four major forces, and the spiritual martial pavilion has been the overlord of the central territory for tens of thousands of years. If they really start a war, who knows how many people will die? Maybe it won't be that bad. That Feng Lingtian is still alive, right? Ha, Feng Lingtian, you little bastard, prepare to die. You actually dared to disrespect my most beloved junior sister. Today I will. Lung Feng suddenly laughed out loud as he looked at the injured Feng Lingtian. However, before he could finish his words, he discovered that his body was in pain, and his throat couldn't even make a sound. He thought of an unacceptable fact. He lowered his head to look at his chest, only to see a fist-sized bloody hole that had pierced through his body. Blood continuously gushed out. In the next moment, he raised his head and stared at Feng Lingtian, his eyes revealing an extremely unwilling expression. Immediately after, his entire body fell from the sky. At this time, the few people from the spiritual martial pavilion hurried over to catch Lung Feng. One of them shouted in shock, Junior brother Leng, he's dead. When everyone heard this, their expressions stiffened. They didn't expect that Feng Lingtian was only injured, while Leng Feng, who had suddenly broken through to the Celestial Master stage, had died. This change came too quickly, too suddenly, and it was hard for them to accept. Don't really think that just because you're a disciple of the spiritual martial pavilion, I won't dare to kill you. Feng Lingtian said with disdain. Junior brother, are you all right? Xen Li and the others flew to Feng Lingtian's side and asked. Feng Lingtian shook his head and said, I'm fine. Then, he took out a pile of emperor pills and threw them at Xen Li, saying, the first emperor must belong to our proud, smiling palace. Chapter 974. Xen Li caught the emperor pills and smiled bitterly. Junior brother, are you slapping your senior brother's face? With Feng Lingtian's current bag of emperor pills, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take the first martial emperor's seat. However, Feng Lingtian gave all the emperor pills to him. This meant that Wu Ning gave the first martial emperor's seat to him. Although Xen Li wanted to be like his master in the past and take the first emperor position by himself. However, with the strength displayed by his junior brother and the bag of emperor pills, the first emperor position would belong to him. Xen Li didn't want to be so thick-skinned to take the first emperor position. Senior brother, you know that I like to be low-key. If you don't want these emperor pills, you can give them to senior brother Qi or senior sister Sunday. In any case, the first emperor position is in the hands of the proud, smiling palace. Feng Lingtian waved his hand. When they heard Feng Lingtian's words, they laughed. They couldn't see anything low-key about their junior brother. Feng Lingtian, you are so ruthless. You actually killed my junior brother. I will fight it out with you. One of the spiritual martial pavilion's earthly kings shouted and charged towards Feng Lingtian. Feng Lingtian didn't make a move. Xen Li attacked again and repelled the spiritual martial pavilion's earthly king. You should know who caused the trouble. Your younger brother insulted the proud, smiling palace and my younger brother. He even wanted to kill my younger brother. He deserved to be killed. If you want to avenge him, we don't mind sending all of you to hell. Xen Li shouted at the people of the martial spirit hall. You should know who is the one who caused the trouble. The spiritual martial pavilion's people wanted to say something, but Bai Yume stopped them and said, this is a fair duel. In the chaotic war abyss, life and death are determined by fate. Let's go. Junior sister Li, senior brother Leng likes you so much. How can you just let it go? One of the spiritual martial pavilion's earthly kings said with dissatisfaction. Bai Yume said, I'm not their match. I don't want to die in vain. She paused for a moment and said, when we get out of here, I'll report this matter to the pavilion elders. Everything will be decided by them. Finished speaking, she put away Leng Feng's corpse and glanced at Feng Lingtian. She sighed heavily in her heart. She had never thought that because of her, her senior brother would die. However, she did not blame Feng Lingtian. She only blamed herself for repaying kindness with enmity and chasing after Feng Lingtian, and did not stop her senior brother from provoking Feng Lingtian again and again. She felt that all of this was caused by her, and she felt extremely guilty. Following the conclusion of this competition, the chaotic war abyss once again opened, and everyone could leave. This year, the title of First Emperor had undoubtedly fallen into the hands of Xen Li. The title of Second Emperor had also fallen into the hands of Qi Yang from the proud, smiling palace. The Third Emperor had fallen into the hands of Bai Yume from the martial spirit pavilion. The proud Smile Palace had undoubtedly become the biggest winner of this year's royal ranking tournament. In the hearts of all the earthly emperors, they knew that the #1 throne should belong to another nameless young man, Feng Lingtian. With the end of this year's Imperial List tournament, everyone believed that the Lingwu court would make a move against the proud, smiling palace. After all, a talented top true disciple, Leng Feng, had died. However, even though everyone had been paying attention for a long time, they did not see anyone from the spiritual martial court make a move. Leng Feng's death did not cause any ripples between the court and the palace. With the end of the Imperial List tournament, the reputation of the proud, smiling palace had once again soared. As the son of Ling Xiao, Feng Lingtian could not keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Although he did not obtain the title of first emperor, the news of him killing Lung Feng had spread far and wide. As the eldest disciple of Ling Xiao, Xen Li's fame had also spread far and wide. This was because he had forced back the disciples of the martial spirit pavilion with a single move on both occasions. His strength was obviously ordinary. These two people, who were closely related to Ling Xiao, had become famous in the central region and had become the new generation of Heaven's Chosen. As the father of Feng Lingtian and the master of Xenli, Ling Xiao did not pay any attention to this matter. 4 years ago, after he had returned from his travels with the ladies, he had entered the depths of the Death Mountain range to train in seclusion. He hoped that he could break through the Xian Emperor stage and become a peerless saint. At this time, Ling Xiao was standing in an open space. His body was moving slowly and his hands seemed to be waving in a disorderly manner. His movements were also quite slow, which made people feel that he was not even as good as a commoner's boxing. However, there was an inexplicable charm to it. Gradually, the surrounding space seemed to fluctuate along with his hands. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and waved these movements. It seemed that he did not know the passage of time. Unexpectedly, 3 days had passed like this. Not far away from him, there was a golden-haired strong man leaning on a big tree. Occasionally, he would glance in the direction of Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with puzzlement and boredom. On the other side, there was a huge three-eyed wolf king lying on the ground, its tail whipping the fleas that were approaching it from time to time. Alas, it has been 4 years, but I still have not comprehended the power of space. Is it really so difficult to suddenly become a saint? Ling Xiao stopped his movements and sighed heavily. After traveling with the ladies for 2 years, he had been cultivating ever since he returned. After spending 4 years, he had already reached the peak stage of the mystic the Arch realm. He was just 1 step away from becoming a saint. However, it was not so easy to become a saint. Many people were stuck at the mystic the Arch realm for their entire lives without being able to break through. Regardless of whether it was in terms of tenbin or comprehension, Ling Xiao was definitely one of the best. However, it seemed impossible for him to comprehend the power of space in just a few years. Of course, it was not that he did not have any gains in these 4 years. He had already faintly touched the edge of the power of space. However, he was just a little bit away from being able to grasp it, which made him rather depressed. If this goes on, when will I become a saint and head to the heaven region? Ling Xiao sighed and sat down. In his hands, there was a flask of wine and a big piece of dried meat. He drank the wine and ate the meat at the same time. It was as if he wanted to vent his depression on the wine and meat. After that, Ling Xiao sat on the Golden Wolf King and left the Death Mountain range with Meng Nan. 2 months later, he appeared in a desolate and scorching desert. This desert was known as the largest desert in the Middle region. It was called the Tamoli Desert. The most ferocious creatures in this desert were the rattlesnakes and the scarlet poison scorpions. They could be said to be the overlords of this desert. Normally, they would appear in groups. Normal martial artists could only run for their lives if they encountered them. Why did Ling Xiao come to the Tamoli Desert? It was because he had looked through all the ancient books and inherited memories. He guessed that the map that he got from the Lu clan should be pointing to this place. The only place that could be called a sacred ground was the terrifying Holy Sun sect that almost unified the Middle region 200,000 years ago. According to the records, the disciples of the Holy Sun sect were everywhere in the world. Almost all the empires had their members. Those empires even had to pay tribute to them every year. At that time, the Holy Sun sect had unparalleled authority. No one could challenge them. However, 200,000 years ago, all the upper echelons of the Holy Sun sect disappeared. Furthermore, the news of the Holy Sun sect disbanding caused a huge uproar in the Middle region. It was said that all the upper echelons of the Holy Sun sect went to the Heaven region to establish a sect. At that time, the 4 empires started to plunder the remaining disciples of the Holy Sun sect to strengthen themselves. Ling Xiao had learned some of these secrets from the Zhanwang. However, he didn't expect this map to point to this great sect that had been glorious for countless years. After all, that was something that happened in ancient times. Moreover, countless people had searched the old site of the Holy Sun sect. However, no one found anything. No one knew where it was. This became a mystery that no one could solve for 200,000 years. However, many people also knew that it existed in this largest desert. However, where exactly was it built? Or did they use an even more powerful spatial force to isolate it so that people couldn't find it? Ling Xiao didn't forget that he would definitely find the Holy Sun sect. He just wanted to take a walk with the hope of getting lucky. Even if he couldn't find it, he would treat this as a training trip. He wouldn't lose anything. Ling Xiao didn't choose to fly. Instead, like an ascetic monk, he walked towards this boundless desert on foot. The heat waves surged and sand and dust flew everywhere. It was so hot that it made people feel uncomfortable, and the sand blurred their eyes. If an ordinary person wanted to walk like this, they would probably have to run back after walking for less than 10 kilometers. Ling Xiao was naturally not an ordinary person. He restrained all of his aura and did not use any nether protection force, allowing the sand and heat waves to wreak havoc. The more he walked, the more anxious he became. It was as if he was gradually becoming one with the desert, leaving behind only a lonely shadow in the sand. Ling Xiao had cultivated bitterly for many years, and had already reached the realm of being one with the world. His comprehension was even deeper than Feng Lingtian's. After all, before reaching the realm of being one with the world, it was impossible to touch the threshold of spatial energy. It could be said that comprehending the realm of being one with the world was the prerequisite for stepping into the Saint Realm. Ling Xiao walked for half a month. Now, he was in the middle of a desert, surrounded by rolling waves of sand, without any signs of life. Suddenly, there were some sounds coming from under the desert. Pa-pa! This very rhythmic sound was exceptionally ear-piercing. Needless to say, there was a rattlesnake roaming around here. Sure enough, a slender shadow shot towards Ling Xiao. Its speed was abnormally fast and hard to catch. Ling Xiao raised his eyelids and casually raised his hand, catching the slender shadow that was shooting towards him in his hand. What he was holding in his hand was a high-stage 5th-stage rattlesnake. Its body was not very thick, but it was more than 10 meters long. It had a ferocious snake head, a golden snake body, and the most peculiar tail, which could make a rhythmic sound. Its neck was grabbed by Ling Xiao, and its slender body instantly wrapped around Ling Xiao's neck, wanting to counterattack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's expression was calm. With a forceful squeeze of his wrist, the snake's neck immediately broke, and snake blood began to spill out. He thought that the rattlesnake was dead, but unexpectedly, its tail seemed to have a mind of its own and shot towards Ling Xiao's face. Its speed was so fast that even an ordinary Empyrean might not be able to react in time. However, Ling Xiao did not have the strength of an Empyrean. His arm flashed again, and the snake's tail was smashed into powder. He grabbed the snake's body, dug out the snake's gallbladder, and swallowed it. Chapter 975. The snake gallbladder was bitter and hard to swallow, but it was the best tonic. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't waste such a good thing. However, Ling Xiao's troubles had only just begun, because an even more ear-piercing sound came from all directions. Ling Xiao knew that the rattlesnakes had begun to move. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of rattlesnakes had gathered around Ling Xiao, more than a dozen of which were above the 6th rank. With so many rattlesnakes, even a celestial venerable would have to flee in panic. Ling Xiao naturally wasn't afraid of these rattlesnakes. In his eyes, these rattlesnakes were just some annoying flies that could be easily dealt with. One by one, the rattlesnakes shot towards Ling Xiao, their ferocious mouths filled with a bloodthirsty coldness. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to tangle with them. After all, there were countless rattlesnakes in this desert. If he were to kill them one by one, he might not be able to do it even if he spent more than a decade. Ling Xiao's entire body was surrounded by purple flames. His entire person was like the son of the sun as he took another step forward. The rattlesnakes that were pouncing towards him were immediately burned to ashes as soon as they came into contact with the purple flames. In the beginning, there were still many rattlesnakes pouncing towards Ling Xiao. However, after hundreds of rattlesnakes had died, They finally realized that the human in front of them wasn't so easy to deal with. They didn't dare to fight in close combat anymore, but instead used attribute attacks to attack Ling Xiao. The heat waves and sand were continuously splashed towards Ling Xiao, and the attack power wasn't weak. Since you guys are courting death, then don't blame me. Ling Xiao sighed softly, and the power around his body instantly erupted. A large expanse of purple flames surged like waves of fire, burning in all directions. The surrounding rattlesnakes were frightened and hurriedly fled. Unfortunately, their repeated provocations had already made Ling Xiao lose his patience. They were destined to be completely burned to ashes. After the hundreds of rattlesnakes were killed, no more rattlesnakes appeared in the vicinity. Ling Xiao walked for another 10 days. During these 10 days, he encountered 2 waves of rattlesnakes and 1 wave of scarlet poison scorpions. Their numbers were much higher than before. The deeper they went into the desert, the more dangerous it was. One day, Ling Xiao discovered a strange plant in the desert. It was a Class 6 high-tier golden sand tree, only 1.5 meters tall. Whether it was the stem or the leaves, they were all shimmering with golden light, blending into the desert. The greatest advantage of this golden sand tree wasn't its ability to quickly gather metal attribute spirit chi, but the golden sand fruits that it bore were precious existences. The golden sand fruit was a spirit fruit that was infinitely close to rank 7. To any metal-type martial artist, it was a precious treasure. This golden sand fruit tree wasn't very tall, but there were 7 golden sand fruits on it. Each fruit was only the size of a fist, but they emitted an alluring fragrance that made people drool. It was obvious that the golden sand fruits were at their most ripe stage and could be harvested and consumed. Just as Ling Xiao was about to walk over and collect the entire golden sand tree, he sensed a few strong auras rushing over from afar. Ling Xiao lifted his head and looked up, only to see 7 people riding on different spiritual beasts arriving in the sky above him. Among these 7 people, 5 were men, and the other 2 were women. Their strength was actually above the heavenly venerable level. "Hey, why is there a young lad here?" "He seems to be an ordinary person," a beautiful young woman in her 30s said in surprise as she sat on a golden condor. "Maybe he's just a mortal who got lost in the desert." Another man chimed in. "Look, that's a golden sand tree and a ripe golden sand fruit. That's great, we've finally encountered a spiritual treasure." Another woman exclaimed in pleasant surprise. As the woman's voice fell, everyone noticed the golden sand tree in front of them, and their eyes burned with passion. Spirit items of this level were very cost-effective treasures, whether they were used for cultivation or auctioning. The 7 people descended from the sky at the same time, and Ling Xiao was no longer in their eyes. Just as the 7 people were about to reach the golden sand tree, the sand beneath them suddenly surged, and a huge shadow drilled out. Countless grains of sand turned into 7 attacking directions and shot out. "Be careful," a man exclaimed and hurriedly used the dark protection force to block the sand attack. At the same time, the 7 people retreated into the sky again. The thing that emerged from the sand was actually a golden turtle at the peak of the 6th rank. It was the size of a small mountain, and a pair of golden wings were folded on its back like an impregnable golden shell. Its antennae and limbs were densely packed with golden thorns, giving off a sharp feeling. The rattlesnake and the scarlet poison scorpion weren't the only spirit beasts in the desert. There were also all kinds of metal and earth spirit beasts here, just that their numbers weren't as high as the first 2 types of spirit beasts. This golden sand tree was actually the spirit tree that the golden turtle was guarding, and the golden sand fruit was a dish in its mouth. It absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to snatch it from its plate. Among the 7 people that came together, the strongest was a high-level heavenly venerate, the other 2 were mid-level heavenly venerates, and the other 4 were low-level heavenly venerates, as well as 7 6th-rank spirit beasts. This lineup was passable to deal with the golden turtle. However, the golden turtle's defense was astonishing, and this desert was the territory it was most familiar with. Countless grains of sand became its most advantageous means of attack. The golden turtle scuttled out from under the sand and pounced towards one of the people. Its front claws carried a sharp edge, and its speed was astonishing. Seeing that the person was about to be injured, the high-level heavenly venerate who was leading the group instantly made a move, slashing out a ray of fire towards the golden turtle. At the same time, the others seemed to have a tacit understanding, and all sorts of different energies bombarded the golden turtle. Rumble, rumble. The golden turtle was a peak 6th rank spirit beast, and its defense was astonishing. It was only blasted back quite a bit by their energies, but its muscles and bones weren't injured. The golden turtle roared, and its 4 limbs danced. Large amounts of sand formed a sandstorm, and it swept towards the 7 people. The 7 people hurriedly retreated higher to avoid these attacks. This golden turtle was very smart. It didn't fly into the sky to fight them. Instead, it just guarded the vicinity of the golden sand tree and didn't let them get close. Those people also didn't want to attack from afar, as that would destroy the golden sand tree. This also formed a temporary stalemate. Boss, what should we do? This big guy isn't willing to attack. We can't get the golden sand tree. A mid-level heavenly venerate said to the high-level heavenly venerate. This big guy isn't stupid. He knows that we won't destroy the golden sand tree, so he's holding up there. The beautiful young woman sighed. I'll go down and think of a way to lure it away. You guys can? The high-level heavenly venerate said. However, before he could finish speaking, his voice came to an abrupt halt as he looked down with a look of surprise. The others also noticed the strange look on his boss's face. They all followed his gaze and revealed shocked expressions at the same time. They saw that the person they thought was an ordinary person was actually treating the golden turtle as if it didn't exist and walking towards the golden sand tree step by step. The golden turtle kept hissing as it stared at this person, indicating that he shouldn't approach, or else it would launch an attack. Ling Xiao stared at the golden turtle and quietly released a burst of dragon chi as he said in a low voice, "If you don't want to die, scram." This voice was like a curse, causing the golden turtle to retreat several steps in fright. Just as the golden turtle was about to pounce towards Ling Xiao out of shame and indignation, it suddenly saw a golden dragon roaring towards it. It was so frightened that it hurriedly dove into the sand at an astonishing speed. Ling Xiao arrived in front of the golden sand tree and uprooted it before storing it into his space ring without hesitation. The 7 people in the sky stared at all this in a daze. When Ling Xiao stepped forward again, the 7 people came to their senses. A low-grade heavenly venerate quickly descended on his spirit beast and shouted, "Boy, don't even think about leaving. Leave behind the golden sand tree we found, or we'll take your little life." This low-grade heavenly venerate was a man who looked to be in his 40s and held a mace in his hand. The other 6 people also landed in front of Ling Xiao, blocking Ling Xiao's path. The golden sand tree was too rare and could gather a large amount of metal attribute aura, which was of great benefit to metal attribute cultivators. The golden sand fruit was also a precious spirit fruit that many people coveted. They were absolutely unwilling to let such an ordinary person obtain it. Although this ordinary person was a little strange, perhaps a young man hiding his cultivation, they didn't think that Ling Xiao's cultivation could be that high. After all, Ling Xiao looked to be in his early 20s. Even if Ten Bin was heaven-defying, he would only be an earthly sovereign. How could the 7 of them not be able to take him down? Of course, they believed that the golden turtle must have been scared off by the 7 of them, not by this young man in front of them. Ling Xiao looked up at the low-grade heavenly venerate and said indifferently, "Are you sure you want me to hand over the golden sand tree?" The low-grade heavenly venerate swung his mace at the sand and shouted, "Boy, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. We found this golden sand tree first. If you don't hand it over, I don't mind letting you die here. Why bother talking so much nonsense with him? Just kill him." Another low-grade heavenly venerate said disdainfully. Immediately afterward, a long sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at Ling Xiao's neck. This person clearly had the intention to kill. He didn't hold back at all. The others also sneered. Instead, the beautiful young woman said, "This boy is quite handsome. It would be a pity if he died like this. Let him hand over the golden sand tree and we'll let him go." However, the beautiful young woman's words were still a little too late. The low-grade heavenly venerate's sword light had already reached Ling Xiao's neck and sliced it open. The 7 people thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure, but they realized that the sword light had only hit an afterimage. Just as the 7 of them were shocked, a hand had already appeared on the neck of the low-grade heavenly venerate who had attacked. Chapter 976. The 7 people couldn't tell how strong Ling Xiao was. When Ling Xiao grabbed the low-level heavenly venerable's neck, they realized that they must have kicked a steel plate. You want to kill people and rob them at every turn? What's the point of keeping people like you in this world? A fierce light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He exerted a little force with his wrist, and with a crack, the low-level heavenly venerable died just like that. You killed 6, brother. You're courting death. The low-level heavenly venerable with the mace came back to his senses and exclaimed. He didn't have time to think about anything else as he raised the mace and swung it at Ling Xiao's head. The mace whistled through the air, and its power was not weak. However, in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was not enough. He raised his head and glared at the person, and a burst of aura burst forth. The low-level heavenly venerable felt as if he had been smashed by several mountains. He was sent flying from his spirit beast and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was a dazzling sight. Seeing that its master was injured, the coyote spirit beast pounced at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glared at it and roared, "You dare to be fierce to me?" As his voice fell, a terrifying dragon aura instantly filled the air. The coyote was affected by the vast dragon aura. It howled and actually crawled on the ground obediently, trembling non-stop. It wasn't just this coyote. The other 5 spirit beasts also crawled at the same time, their faces full of fear. The heavenly venerables were shocked. They were all puzzled and thought, could this kid be a beast tamer? Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't a beast tamer. He already had some kind of beast tamer ability. This was because his body had been cleansed by the dragon's blood and he had the body of a half-dragon. His dragon aura was not much weaker than that of a true dragon divine beast. He only needed an origin dragon pearl to transform into a dragon. A true dragon divine beast was the most powerful beast king in the world. It was the king of many spirit beasts. Except for divine beasts of the same level, most spirit beasts would be deterred by its emperor's aura. This ability was discovered by Ling Xiao by accident when he was training in the Death Mountain range. At that time, he encountered a low-level 8th rank spirit beast. Just as he was about to fight the spirit beast with all his might, he discovered that the spirit beast was actually afraid of him. It even mistook him for the Dragon Clan's crown prince and was willing to serve him. Ling Xiao became confused at that time. Later on, when he faced lower-level spiritual beasts, he directly released all of his dragon-shaped battle chi. Most of the spiritual beasts couldn't bear the pressure of the dragon's might and knelt on the ground. Only a few of them directly turned around and escaped away. Ling Xiao was just feel that be it. Ling Xiao. Ling, he Xiao said, dragon aura is. Do you still want my golden sand tree? Ling Xiao asked as he looked at those people with contempt. Those people felt a chill in their hearts and had the urge to turn and run. Only the high-level heavenly master asked, "Who are you?" It seems that you still don't understand the situation. Ling Xiao frowned and said lightly. Then, he waved his hand and a beam of energy suddenly blasted at the high-level heavenly master. The high-level heavenly master clearly saw that the energy was attacking him. Just as he was about to dodge, he found that he could not move his body. He immediately regretted it to the extreme. However, this energy didn't kill him. Instead, it cut off more than half of his hair. His hair kept falling down. The high-level heavenly master had just escaped from the gates of hell. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. It's just the strength of a heavenly master. Don't think that you are number one in the world, Ling Xiao said coldly. Then, he looked at the beautiful young woman and said, "It was your words that saved their lives. This is your reward." Then, something flew out of Ling Xiao's hand. The beautiful young woman caught the thing in her hand. Her expression was still in a daze. She only came back to her senses after Ling Xiao's figure disappeared into the desert. She looked down at the thing in her hand. It was a golden sand fruit. Her beautiful eyes bloomed with a look of disbelief. The golden sand fruit was a rare item that was hard to find. He actually said that he would give it to her. She was full of awe and affection for that young man. The others looked at the golden sand fruit in the beautiful young woman's hand with envy. It seems that our lives are all thanks to third sister. Otherwise, we would have all died here. I didn't expect that this young man was actually a mystic emperor. No wonder he dared to walk alone in the Tamoli desert. The high-level heavenly master recovered and said with luck. Usually, we feel that sixth brother is too ruthless and third sister is too soft-hearted. It seems that being too ruthless can also easily lead to death. Soft-hearted might not be without its benefits. Another mid-level heavenly master sighed. The other two nodded in agreement. They looked at their dead companion and could only sigh deeply. They must have wandered together for many years. They were already used to life and death situations. They didn't have the ability to take revenge for him. They could only let his death go with the wind. Ling Xiao roamed the desert for another half a year. Apart from occasionally encountering attacks from spirit beasts, he also found many gold and earth high-grade spirit herbs. The only thing he didn't find was the location of the Holy Yang sect. The Tamoli desert was too vast and didn't have a specific location. That map was only a map of the internal layout of the Holy Yang sect. It wasn't a coordinate. It made him wander aimlessly. It was really difficult to gain anything. In the end, he even lost his direction. Ling Xiao didn't know how many days he walked. He actually met many strangely dressed martial artists who were hunting spirit beasts in the desert. Ling Xiao clearly felt that the nearby people seemed to have increased in an instant. Could it be that there are people living in groups nearby? Ling Xiao thought doubtfully. Just as Ling Xiao was in a daze, 10 strangely dressed martial artists rushed out. Each of them held a weapon and glared at Ling Xiao. One of them, who had reached the Empyrean level, shouted some strange words at Ling Xiao, making Ling Xiao feel puzzled. "What are you guys trying to do? Are you robbing me?" Ling Xiao looked at these people and sneered. There were bandits in the desert. They often robbed lone martial artists in the desert. The person in front of him was undoubtedly regarded as a bandit by Ling Xiao. That person shouted a few more words and waved his arm at the others, indicating for them to attack Ling Xiao. Just as those people's weapons were about to hit Ling Xiao started to move. Wind God's kick left a few footprints on each of them. They were directly kicked to death. The leader was shocked and let out a strange cry. He actually wanted to leave with the people who didn't attack. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't be merciful to them. His figure flashed and he killed them one by one. However, Ling Xiao killing these people seemed to have poked a hornet's nest. The sound of horse hooves could be heard. Hundreds of sand horses surrounded Ling Xiao, and the people on the horses were wearing the same clothes as the people who had just been riding on the horses. Among these people, there was one person riding a very majestic dragon horse. This person was actually a low-level mystic the Arch. It was obvious that he was the leader of these people. That low-level mystic the Arch wielded a curved blade and shouted at Ling Xiao in a language that Ling Xiao didn't understand. Ling Xiao frowned and said, "I don't care who you are. You better not have any ideas about me. Otherwise, I don't mind sending all of you to see King Yama." With that, Ling Xiao's high-level mystic the Arch aura instantly exploded. That terrifying pressure and the terrifying dragon aura caused the sand horses to neigh and prostrate on the ground. Even that majestic and extraordinary Tier 7 dragon horse neighed and actually flipped the low-level mystic the Arch that was sitting on it. It then ran towards Ling Xiao. This dragon horse, which had dragon scales all over its body, also knelt 1 meter in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Greetings to your highness." The people sitting on the horses were all panicking. They didn't expect Ling Xiao's aura to be so terrifying. Furthermore, it was able to intimidate all the horses. Even that unruly dragon horse actually knelt down. This caused them to be at a loss. One had to know that this dragon horse was a precious horse that their master had gone through a lot of trouble to get close to. However, after sitting on it for a few days, it was actually subdued by this young man's aura. This was really a little scary. The dragon horse was a high-grade spirit beast that contained the bloodline of many dragons. Its speed was considered the fastest among those of the same tier. It could travel millions of miles in a day. It was a king's mount. It was impossible for a group of people to subdue it. There was a reason why this dragon horse was willing to become that low-level mystic Thearka's mount. When that mystic the Arch first discovered this dragon horse, he wanted to use his strength to subdue this dragon horse. However, this dragon horse's tear was no weaker than his. Furthermore, it was as fast as lightning. He wasn't a match for the dragon horse at all. He even ate a lot of the dragon horse's hooves. He was not resigned to his defeat. Finally, he thought of a way to subdue the dragon horse. That was to give the dragon horse laxatives. As long as the dragon horse lost its fighting strength, wouldn't it be at his mercy? After a period of tracking and observation, this mystic the Arch found out where the dragon horse often appeared. Thus, he gave a large amount of laxatives to the water source that the dragon horse often drank. After a few days of waiting, this mystic the Arch really got something. After the dragon horse drank the water, it kept on having diarrhea. It was at full strength and lost all its fighting strength. That mystic the Arch was overjoyed. He once again appeared in front of the dragon horse to threaten it and make it submit. The dragon horse didn't acknowledge this mystic the Arch. Even if it died, it wouldn't submit. The mystic the Arch didn't die, so he made another request. As long as the dragon horse followed him for a year, he would let it go. The dragon horse had no choice but to agree to the mystic Thearka's request. The dragon horse could sense the rich bloodline of the dragons in Ling Xiao's body. It subconsciously thought that Ling Xiao was the incarnation of a true dragon, which was why it was kneeling so respectfully towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also felt a sense of intimacy with this dragon horse. He stepped forward and caressed the dragon horse's head, saying, "Get up and tell me who they are." However, before the dragon horse could speak, the mystic the Arch had already shouted angrily again. Chapter 977. This mystic the Arch kept shouting in his native language. Looking at his angry expression, it was obvious that he was ordering everyone to deal with Ling Xiao. When the people around heard their leader's words, they did not say anything else and immediately prepared to attack Ling Xiao. They wanted to kill him. However, before they could make a move, that dragon horse jumped up first. Its figure surged, and waves of horse hooves stepped on those people. In a few blinks of an eye, many people actually exploded and died. Those people were so frightened that they quickly retreated far away. They knew very well that this dragon horse was even scarier than their leader. That mystic the Arch was very angry. He had only enjoyed the pleasure of riding this dragon horse for a few days, and this dragon horse actually turned against him. It was really driving him crazy. He shouted in surprise and attacked the dragon. Countless wild sand was swept over by his attack, and the sand formed into sharp blades that sliced towards the dragon horse. It was a pity that what he cut was only an afterimage of the dragon horse. The real body of the dragon horse had already stepped on his head. Bang bang. That mystic the Arch was directly kicked far away, and there were 2 more horse hoof prints on his shoulders. The dragon horse did not follow up with another attack. Instead, it spoke to that mystic the Arch in a language that Ling Xiao did not understand. It was obvious that it was warning the mystic the Arch or letting him go as a way to repay the kindness from a few days ago. Although that mystic the Arch was not angry, he also knew that it was difficult to please the dragon horse. He could only curse a few more times and hurriedly left with his people. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while and did not stop them. After all, he would not gain anything from killing these people. It would only dirty his hands. "Your Highness, that human spared me once. I will also spare him once. Now, we do not owe each other anything. I am willing to follow your Highness." That dragon horse returned to Ling Xiao's side and said. The dragon horse was a proud spirit beast. It did not care about ordinary humans or spirit beasts. However, it treated Ling Xiao differently. It could feel the familiar aura from Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "All right, let them go." Poor they. They're a group of mounted bandits. They often appear in this area and rob other humans, replied the dragon horse. Mounted bandits? Where do they usually live? Ling Xiao asked. He could clearly feel that there were many warriors in the vicinity, and he was sure that there must be a place where humans lived. Sure enough, he learned from the dragon that there was a human city called Tasha City, not far from here. Moreover, these people were all from Tasha City, so they spoke in the local language, which was why Ling Xiao could not understand them. Because the dragons lived nearby, they also learned the local language. It's been 7 or 8 months, and we finally found a city. Let's take a good bath in the city first. Ling Xiao let out a soft sigh, then mounted the dragon horse and said, "Take me to Tasha City." If a normal person got on the dragon horse's back, they would definitely be thrown to the ground, but Ling Xiao would not suffer such a fate. The arrogant dragon horse neighed happily, and left behind an afterimage as it rushed towards a certain direction. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that this rank 7 low-tier dragon horse's speed was actually not inferior to a rank 7 high-tier spirit beast speed. If its rank was a little higher, he believed that it would not lose out to Muscle Man. It was truly a rare stallion. The dragon horse had 10 bin, and Ling Xiao did not mind nurturing it properly. Its potential was not inferior to Muscle and Xiao Jin. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed, and the dragon horse finally brought Ling Xiao to the outskirts of Tasha City. Looking at the earthy yellow sturdy city walls, looking at the simple and crude houses, and looking at the commoners walking around naked, Ling Xiao realized that Tasha City was not as prosperous as he had imagined. It could be said that it was even more backward than the meteor city that he was born in. Maybe it's because of the environment. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. The surroundings of the city were filled with sandstorms, and the living conditions were extremely bad. Naturally, the city here would not be flourishing. When Ling Xiao brought the dragon horse into the city, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise and doubt. This was because they were not paying attention to Ling Xiao, but to the dragon horse beside him with its chest puffed out. In Tasha City, most of the martial artists liked to choose horses as their mounts. This was a kind of custom here. They had seen all kinds of good horses, but for a horse like the dragon horse, they had only heard of it in legends. When the commoners saw the dragon horse, they would reveal a sincere expression, but when the martial artists saw the dragon horse, they would reveal a strong sense of greed. However, for the time being, no one dared to have any ideas about the dragon horse. Ling Xiao found a well-built restaurant and walked in. He did not know how to communicate with the people here, so he could only let the dragon horse convey his intentions. Right now, he only wanted to find a place to take a good bath. However, when he heard that the people here said that there was no water for him to bathe in, Ling Xiao almost went crazy. However, when he thought of the environment here, water was definitely the most precious, so Ling Xiao had no choice but to leave the restaurant. Just as he reached the outside of the restaurant, many people immediately surrounded him and the dragon horse. Seeing that they were all emitting light towards the dragon horse, he knew that they had ideas about the dragon horse. "Looks like you are still in high demand." Ling Xiao patted the dragon horse's body and laughed. Even though the people in front of him were not weak, in the eyes of Ling Xiao, they were indeed not enough. Yo-yo. The dragon horse looked up to the sky and let out a long cry. It raised its forelegs high, and its aura burst out. Immediately after, its 2 hooves landed heavily on the ground. Bang bang. The powerful force caused the ground to shake, and a huge pit instantly appeared 100 meters in front of the dragon horse. Those people were so scared that they hurriedly retreated and flew away. Ling Xiao flipped over and mounted the dragon horse, turning into a flash of lightning and disappeared from the spot. However, there were many powerful people chasing from other directions in the city. After a while, only 3 people could catch up to the dragon horse. Their strength had actually reached the high-level mystic the Arch Realm. 2 of them kept calling out in the local language, and Ling Xiao could not understand what they were saying. However, the other person finally called out in the common language, "Little brother, please wait. I am Tasha City's city lord, Jianghu. I would like to invite little brother to be our guest." Jianghu? This name is really special. Ling Xiao muttered to himself and patted the dragon horse's back to stop. The 3 people chasing from behind had also caught up in an instant. The 3 of them were wearing the local clothing. 2 of them were elders and a middle-aged man, and they were all high-level mystic thearchs. One of the elders was even a peak-stage mystic thearch. Ling Xiao didn't expect to meet 3 high-tiered mystic thearchs in a single city. It was truly a surprise to him. After all, those who had reached the mystic the Arch realm were usually the supreme elders of great factions, and they rarely stayed in the mortal world to cultivate. This is probably a special characteristic of the outer domain. Ling Xiao thought to himself. I wonder what the three of you want? Ling Xiao looked at the three of them and asked faintly. Little brother, there is no need to be nervous. I can tell that you are not an ordinary person. I want to invite you to my residence as a guest, as a host. The middle-aged man said. On the surface, his words sounded nice, but in reality, his eyes were constantly wandering around the dragon horse. The other two high-level mystic thearchs also had greedy looks on their faces. They actually split up and formed a triangle with Ling Xiao in the middle. Their intentions were clear. Ling Xiao laughed coldly and said, As long as you are capable, there is no harm in me going to your prefecture lord as a guest. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of an idea, and that was to subdue the middle-aged man in front of him and ask him if he knew where the Holy Sun sect was. After all, these people knew more about the desert than an outsider like him. Perhaps these people were the remnants of the Holy Sun sect. Hee, little brother, since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame us. The middle-aged man sneered and winked at the other two. He was ready to restrain Ling Xiao and the dragon horse at the same time. Three powerful forces enveloped Ling Xiao and the dragon horse. Although the dragon horse's speed was unparalleled, when it saw that Ling Xiao did not escape, it did not escape either. Immediately, it was suppressed by the three forces and neighed non-stop. It was obvious that it was not feeling well. If you want to court death, then don't blame me. Ling Xiao shouted coldly, and his aura instantly exploded, causing the three forces to ripple. His finger pointed towards the peak stage mystic the Arch first. Swish. Three-part divine finger, jade splitting gold splitting. This move increased along with Ling Xiao's strength, and its strength and speed were not comparable to before. In the blink of an eye, it shot towards the peak stage mystic Thearcha's chest. The peak stage mystic the Arch did not even have time to react before the finger light pierced through his chest. The other two were shocked, and they realized that they had been too arrogant. Just as they were about to attack, Ling Xiao pointed towards another high-level mystic the Arch. That high-level mystic the Arch was scared out of his wits. He wanted to turn and leave immediately, but he realized that he could not move his feet no matter what, and allowed the finger light to pierce through him. When the city lord, who called himself Shu, saw this, he was already scared out of his wits. He did not expect the other party to be so terrifying, and he immediately turned and ran without saying a word. However, how could Ling Xiao let him leave? His figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of Shahu and said indifferently, "Didn't you want to invite me to your place as a guest? Why are you running away now?" No, little brother, please let me go, I shouldn't have any ideas. Please let me go, as long as you are willing to let me go, I will ask for anything. Shahu repeatedly begged for mercy. Alright, my request is very simple. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Please say it. Shahu was overjoyed. Be my slave. Ling Xiao said, and a high-level spirit incantation instantly rushed into Shahu's sea of consciousness. Just as Shahu wanted to say something, his sea of consciousness and soul immediately suffered an unknown attack. His soul wanted to resist, but it was a pity that it could not resist for long, and it was branded by the many complicated and mysterious runes, and was completely controlled by Ling Xiao. Now we have a good guide. Ling Xiao sighed softly. Chapter 978. With Shahu under control, Ling Xiao soon learned a lot of information from him. Apart from Tasha City, there were many other cities in the Sand region that were under the jurisdiction of a force called the Holy Yin cult. The old site of the Holy Yang cult was located in the Sand region, and everyone knew where it was because it was no longer a secret. Ling Xiao became depressed when he heard this news. Since everyone knew where the Holy Yang cult was located, even if the Holy Yang cult had any secrets, they would have been discovered by others long ago. It would not be his turn to pick up Ping Yi. It seemed that he had really made a wasted trip this time. However, Since he was already here, Ling Xiao had to go and see what was so amazing about the great cult that had almost unified the central region in the past. Therefore, Ling Xiao once again sat on the dragon horse and rushed to the Holy Yang cult with Sha. The Holy Yang cult was indeed built in the Tamori Desert. However, its location was not easy to find. People who were not familiar with the direction of the desert would not be able to find it. Under Shahu's guidance, Ling Xiao only arrived there after a month's journey. In front of him was a seawall city. The ancient castles were grand and magnificent, and the spirit trees were so tall that they covered the sky. There were many spirit herbs and spirit flowers, and there were also many clear pools that were filled with dense spirit qi. In this desert, this was definitely a beautiful place to visit. However, such a beautiful place was actually worshipped by the people of the Sand region and became a place of worship for the gods. Looking at the densely packed people of the Sand region, Ling Xiao was a little dumbfounded. This was the holy land that he had been searching for, a place where he sincerely prayed to the gods. It made him feel like a deflated balloon, and he no longer hoped to find an opportunity to break through to the Saint realm. Since I'm here, it's not a bad idea to take a look at the customs here, Ling Xiao murmured. Then he borrowed a set of clothes from the Sand region from Shahu and changed into it. He put away the dragon horse and went to the Holy Yang cult's territory with Sha. The main castles here were crowded with many people. Everyone had incense sticks in their hands, and their expressions were incomparably sincere as they muttered something. Ling Xiao learned from Shahu that today was the 15th day of the month, the day of worship. That was why so many people came to burn incense and worship the gods. Arriving here, Ling Xiao took out the map he got from the Lu family. He wanted to verify whether this place was really the place indicated on the map. Ling Xiao flew high into the sky and took out the route map to compare. He found that most of the routes were the same, but there were some places that were not right. It was as if something was missing and something else was added. Just as Ling Xiao was feeling puzzled, Shahu reminded him, "Master, no one is allowed to fly here. Come down quickly." However, as soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 auras rushed out from below the castle. These people were actually at the mystic the Arch realm, which gave Ling Xiao a fright. One of the high-level mystic thearchs spoke to Ling Xiao in their native language, but Ling Xiao could not understand. He immediately asked Shahu to translate. It turned out that they were reprimanding him for flying here, saying that it was disrespectful to the gods and that he had to be punished. Ling Xiao was depressed. How would he know about this rule? He quickly asked Shahu to explain for him. However, these people did not listen to Ling Xiao's explanation at all. They were prepared to capture Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not say anything else and immediately fled at full speed. He was not afraid of these people, but he did not want to make a big fuss here. After all, this was their territory. It was not wise to offend them. These people did not expect Ling Xiao to flee so quickly. Furthermore, he was so fast that they could not react in time. By the time they regained their senses and wanted to give chase, Ling Xiao was already thousands of miles away. After fleeing for half a day, Ling Xiao stopped. He learned from Shahu that this place was actually taken over by the Holy Yin sect. It was said that there was a holy elder there. Ordinary people would not dare to break the rules there. Otherwise, they would definitely be punished. "Master, we should leave quickly. When you flew above the castle, you must have alerted the holy elder. He will definitely chase after us and take us back," Shahu said worriedly. Ling Xiao was just about to reply, but he sensed that there were sages rushing over. "They are already here. We can't escape," Ling Xiao replied indifferently. He held the golden dragon spear in his hand and looked in a direction warily. A skinny old man came out of the space. This old man did not say anything else. He immediately used his spatial power towards Ling Xiao and wanted to imprison Ling Xiao. This old man was obviously only a low-level saint. His strength was still within the range that Ling Xiao could withstand. "If there's anything, we can talk about it. I didn't mean it. I didn't even know the rules there. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty." Ling Xiao was already at the peak of the mystic emperor. He instantly broke free and said. Shahu immediately translated for the low-level saint. However, the low-level saint immediately replied, "Whether you did it on purpose or not, Immediately follow me back to accept your punishment. Are you forcing me to make a move? Ling Xiao said with a hint of anger. Who knew that in the next moment, the low-level saint would not waste any more words with him and attacked him again. A wave of cold air immediately enveloped him, and the surrounding air instantly cooled down. Damn, it seems like the people here are all barbarians. They actually attacked without distinguishing between right and wrong. Do they really think that I am easy to bully? On the way here, Ling Xiao had been attacked by several waves of people. If he had not been tough, he would have died in a foreign land. Now that he was enraged, he would just take everyone there and observe the ruins of the Holy Yang sect to see if there were any secrets hidden there. Against the cold air, using fire-type attacks was undoubtedly the most effective. The 9 suns heaven-burning fist brought along waves of blazing suns and smashed towards the low-level saint. When the low-level saint saw Ling Xiao's fist technique, he could not help but exclaim, It's the Holy Yang technique. Ling Xiao didn't know what he was yelling about. His strength continued to rise, and all kinds of suns of different colors continued to emit raging flames of extreme yang, burning this part of the world to a blazing heat. The low-level saint did not dare to be careless and immediately used his full strength to deal with Ling Xiao. The more he fought, the more shocked he was. Ling Xiao was clearly only at the peak of the Mystic Emperor, but he was able to fight evenly with a saint like him. He subconsciously thought that it was definitely the power of the Holy Yang technique. Boom boom boom. The sounds of intense battle rang out incessantly as the 2 powers of ice and fire clashed continuously. Faintly, the fire-type power seemed to be even stronger than the ice-type power. The low-level saint revealed a look of fear, and a curved blade with strong elemental waves appeared in his hand. At the same time, a level 8 snow ice bear appeared beside him. It was obvious that he was afraid of being injured by Ling Xiao and had to use all his strength to take down Ling Xiao. Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish. Ling Xiao laughed coldly and summoned muscle. At the same time, a pair of boxing gloves appeared in his hands. This pair of fire-type boxing gloves was the mid-grade saint artifact that Ling Xiao had obtained from Lu Su. After putting on this pair of boxing gloves, Ling Xiao's fists were like the wind and lightning, and he did not hold back as he fought against the low-level saint. Muscle also appeared beside Ling Xiao, and his lion's roar roared out from his mouth, causing the surroundings to tremble. The snow ice bear's eardrums immediately buzzed, and fresh blood flowed out from its ears. The intense battle started once again, and the low-level saint and the snow ice bear were completely suppressed by Ling Xiao and Muscle. The low-level saint became more and more fearful as he fought. He knew that it was impossible to capture the young man and bring him back. Without thinking, he immediately turned and left. However, since Ling Xiao had already spoken, how could he let him escape? The broken jade gold splitting finger instantly shot out from his index finger. The low-level saint did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to gather such a powerful finger energy in an instant. He activated layers of spatial energy to cover his body, intending to block the finger energy. However, the 5-colored finger energy was extremely powerful, and it directly pierced through his spatial energy and landed on his body. He was sent flying far away by the finger energy. Fortunately, his body was strong, and he was not directly pierced through. Only a small amount of fire energy landed on his body. However, it was this small amount of fire that took his life. The small amount of fire instantly turned into a prairie fire, burning him into ashes. As the low-level saint died, the snow ice bear naturally died as well. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony and kept the snow ice bear's corpse. The corpse of an 8th-grade spirit beast could be sold for a sky-high price no matter where it was auctioned. After taking care of the saint, Ling Xiao did not rush to the Holy Yang sect's ruins. Instead, he concealed his aura, changed his direction, and temporarily left this place. The death of this saint might attract other experts very quickly. Ling Xiao moved to another place and forcibly memorized the map in his hand before burning it to ashes. What is the relationship between the Holy Yang sect and the Holy Yin sect? Moreover, that old fellow thought that the 9 suns burning sky technique was some Holy Yang technique. Could it be that this technique was passed down from the Holy Yang sect? Ling Xiao's heart was full of questions. No matter what the answer was, he had to go to the Holy Yang sect's ruins to observe. However, he learned from Jianghu that other than the 15 divine sons, the Holy Yang sect's ruins were not open to others. This news made Ling Xiao feel conflicted again. Now, he even had plans to return to the central region. The Holy Yang sect had been occupied by the Holy Yin sect for many years, and if there were any secrets there, it would not be his turn to occupy them. After some hesitation, Ling Xiao decided to wait until the 15th of the next month before going to the Holy Yang sect's ruins again. This was because from the way he looked at it from the sky, although it was roughly the same as the road signs on the map, there were a few places where it came from. Perhaps there were some mysteries in these places. However, to make sure that his identity was not exposed easily, Ling Xiao used this month's time to get Jianghu to teach him the local language so that he could successfully sneak in. Chapter 979. On the 15th of another month, many people from the Sand region rushed to the Holy Sun City from various cities to worship the gods. This time, Ling Xiao simply kept Jianghu away and didn't let him appear. After all, Jianghu's strength didn't seem to be weak, but at a critical moment, he would probably become a burden. Ling Xiao kept him because he still had some value for the time being. Now that Ling Xiao had learned the local language here, he could understand what these people were saying and didn't need Jianghu to act as a translator. The people here were just talking about when they came to worship the gods, and what good luck they had received from the gods. It was obvious that these people had been brainwashed. Every word they said was filled with reverence and worship for the Holy Yang sect and the Holy Yin sect. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people. He quietly began to shuttle between the castles according to the directions on the map. He found that there were faint fluctuations of powerful formation patterns around these castles. It was obvious that these formation patterns were the reason why these castles hadn't been destroyed by the wind and sand for 200,000 years. Ling Xiao guessed that these formation patterns had at least reached the 9th level, otherwise it would not have been able to protect them for such a long time, or perhaps someone from the Holy Yin sect had set up a new formation pattern later on. Ling Xiao walked around here, but didn't find anything unusual. Instead, he felt that his aura had been locked on by someone. Just as Ling Xiao was about to give up and leave, a strange scene flashed past his eyes. He looked at the wall of the castle in front of him, and found that it was hollow, as if there was an entrance that led to the underground. Ling Xiao wondered if he was hallucinating. He shook his head and looked again, and found that the arm of the castle wall was still there, and the fluctuations of the formation patterns were still very strong. Just as Ling Xiao was about to turn around and leave, he turned back again and murmured, "No, there must be something strange." Then, he concentrated his gaze again, and the green pupil began to exert its power. Sure enough, he saw the scene he had seen just now again. The castle wall was actually not real, and there was an entrance in the past, which should lead directly to the basement. Could this all be an illusion? Ling Xiao's expression changed. Then, he looked at the castles in all directions and found that they were already in ruins. The spirit trees, spirit herbs, and spirit flowers were all withered trunks and grass. This was a very desolate scene. There was not the slightest sense of beauty here. On the other hand, the people of the Sand region were also walking on the dilapidated path. They were not worshipping any sacred statues, but only some dilapidated tables and stone elephants. Motherf asterisk her, so it really is an illusion. This is too scary. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva, feeling that all of this was too strange. He knew that in ancient times, there were some peerless experts who had transcended mortality and entered sainthood. They could set up illusions that could trap people to death and turn inanimate objects into living things. All kinds of illusions came and went, making it hard for one to guard against them. Ling Xiao had been cultivating for many years, but other than being bewitched by an illusory demon in the Illusion Valley, this was the first time he had encountered an illusion. Fortunately, he had killed an illusory demon before and refined its demon crystal, causing his eyes to change. He could see through all the illusions. Otherwise, he would not have been able to discover the secret of this place. "It's you again, a blasphemous sinner. You actually did not get chased by a saint. Men, help me catch this blasphemous sinner." A mystic the arch who was guarding this place recognized Ling Xiao, who was in a daze. He exclaimed and pounced towards Ling Xiao. His palms turned into claws, and he wanted to capture Ling Xiao. At the same time, the surrounding guards also rushed in this direction. Ling Xiao had no choice but to use his wind god's legs and kick the mystic the arch away. When he was about to escape again, more than 10 mystic thearchs had already flown above his head, surrounding his escape route. Not only that, but the surrounding followers also looked at Ling Xiao at the same time. From their eyes, Ling Xiao could see a thick and frightening murderous light. "Damn, there's no need to do this." Ling Xiao shouted and immediately retreated. At this time, more than 10 mystic thearchs attacked together. Streaks of different elemental energies interweaved together, forming a heaven net that went towards Ling Xiao. The heaven net that was a few hundred meters wide covered the entire space. Even a mosquito would not be able to escape. With so many mystic thearchs working together to form this heaven net, even a peak stage mystic the arch or half-saint would not be able to escape. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. The golden dragon spear appeared in his hands, and he fired it at the heaven net. A peerless true dragon directly tore a hole in the heavenly net, allowing him to successfully escape from there. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to make his getaway, a shadow appeared in front of him. Saint! Ling Xiao could not catch the other party's aura. It was obvious that the other party was much stronger than him. This person's cultivation level was at least above the mid-level saint level. "Surrender, or you can die." The mid-rank saint spoke in an extremely cold and indifferent tone. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so." Ling Xiao snorted coldly, releasing all his strength in an instant. Dragon-shaped battle chi immediately enveloped his entire body, and his appearance changed to that of a half-dragon. At the same time, the muscular man immediately appeared below Ling Xiao in his true form. Ling Xiao and the muscular man opened their mouths and roared at the same time. Two different sound waves rushed towards the mid-level saint at the same time. Both of them were Tenbin's magical powers, and their power was abnormally terrifying. The surrounding air was shaken into a vacuum, and the disciples below all hugged their ears and screamed in pain. The sound waves released by Ling Xiao and the lion-tiger beast at the same time were abnormally terrifying. Even a low-level saint would be severely injured by the sound waves. The mid-level saint did not expect the power released by the young man in front of him to be so strong. Moreover, the distance between him and them was very close, and the impact was very strong. He could only feel his blood churning, and his body retreated rapidly. Layers of space energy in front of him isolated the sound waves. Ling Xiao did not dare to fight the mid-level saint head-on. He no longer had the old Dragon King's dragon scale armor to protect him. Although his physical body could withstand the opponent's attack, it was difficult for him to stop the opponent from restraining him. The sky-suppressing drum appeared in his hand, and all the power gathered on his palm. He slammed it heavily on the surface of the drum. An ancient giant appeared in the sky above Ling Xiao, hugging the huge drum and beating it. The sound was like the sound of a horn on the battlefield, and it stirred up the morale of the soldiers on the battlefield. The mid-level saint had long sealed his ears to prevent himself from being attacked by the sound waves again. However, he had estimated wrongly. The sound of the drum was completely different from ordinary sound attacks. The power actually went straight into his body, and his internal organs were shaken to the point where they were about to burst open. Blood instantly flowed out of his orifices, and he hurriedly used all his power to suppress the internal injuries in his body. At the same time, he wanted to escape as fast as he could. Unfortunately, the second sound of the drum rang out again. Bang! With a look of indignation, he finally could not take it anymore and his whole body exploded. A ball of blood appeared in mid-air, and the stench of blood instantly filled the air. When the people below saw this scene, their mouths were wide open, and their faces were filled with fear. That was a sacred elder, the most powerful person in charge of this place, but he had actually been killed in just a few rounds. This was simply too shocking. He actually killed the sacred elder. This damned sinner, everyone attacked together and kill him. Take revenge for the sacred elder and return the sacred sect to its former glory. One of the mystic thearchs shouted. As his voice fell, all the believers shouted in unison, "Kill him! Take revenge for the sacred elder and return the sacred sect to its former glory." Immediately after, tens of thousands of people gathered their strength and attacked Ling Xiao and the lion-tiger beast in the sky. A vast and majestic power instantly exploded out, and the entire area shook incessantly. "We've poked a hornet's nest this time," Ling Xiao cried out, and he did not dare to hesitate. He sat on the lion-tiger beast and immediately fled, as fast as lightning. There was no lack of experts among the believers, and they actually chased after him without fear of death. In the blink of an eye, dozens of mystic thearchs had appeared. This number was simply too frightening. This force was not inferior to any of the third-grade sects in the middle region. Moreover, what he saw now was only the tip of the iceberg. Who knew how many mystic thearchs and sages there were in the Sand region? For no reason, Ling Xiao wondered if the Holy Yin sect was really a branch of the Holy Yang sect from back then. Otherwise, how could there be so many experts appearing? Ling Xiao fled very quickly, and those people could not possibly catch up to him. Ling Xiao already knew that the Holy Yang sect had long been in ruins, and that those people's faith was only protecting the illusory realm. However, he discovered that there was an underground room that he had to go back and study. Perhaps that was where the Holy Yang sect's secret was hidden. The next day, Ling Xiao sneaked back to the vicinity of the Holy Yang sect's ruins. He found that the believers had already disappeared, and only a number of people from the Holy Yin sect were patrolling the area. These people were only at the Earth Sovereign or Heavenly Venerable level, and those at the Mystic Thearch level were probably still inside. Ling Xiao quietly cast an advanced mental curse on a group of people, placing them under his control. He then ordered them to move toward him. Immediately after, he took advantage of the fact that the other patrols were not around and immediately knocked out a person who was about the same size as him. Then, he changed the person's clothes into his own. After Ling Xiao had done all this, he was not discovered by anyone else. He joined the group and started to patrol the area. Ling Xiao gathered his green eyes again and saw through the illusory realm. He realized that the scene he saw yesterday was the real thing. The castle here was already in ruins, and all the trees and flowers in the surroundings had long withered and withered. There was not the slightest bit of a beautiful atmosphere here, and it was just a place of ruins. Ling Xiao followed this group of people and came to the most majestic castle wall. He felt the defensive formation patterns emitted from all around the castle. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards the castle wall. Chapter 980. If anyone saw the scene of Ling Xiao crashing into the wall, their jaws would definitely drop. That was because they could see that there was a high-grade array formation protecting the place. What's more, the castle was made of 10,000-year-old stone. Even the mystic Thearch could not possibly break through it. Even a saint would have to be careful. Yet, Ling Xiao was actually crashing into the array formation and the castle wall. This was definitely the act of a madman. Was Ling Xiao a madman? Of course not. Jianghu had already seen through this illusion. There was no array formation or wall at all. Ling Xiao entered the passageway and realized that there was nothing strange around him. Thus, he walked towards the entrance of the passageway. This passageway led downwards. Jianghu guessed that there was a basement below. Regardless of whether there was anything inside, Ling Xiao decided to leave this place after this trip back to the central region. However, what Ling Xiao did not know was that after he entered, a few figures quietly appeared outside and noticed his movements. These people were all saints. The most powerful one was actually a high-grade saint. He looked old and clumsy. The others were also in their 70s. Only the woman in the middle looked extremely young. Not only was this woman young, but she was also very beautiful. That seductive face, those limpid autumn eyes, that delicate skin, that devilish figure, all of it was exuding the most primitive temptation. She was wearing strange clothes, and there was a diamond-shaped blue dot on her forehead. She looked especially noble and elegant. Saint Lady, he must have found the secret passageway. The high-grade saint beside the beautiful woman said respectfully. Yes, I didn't expect this outsider to have some ability. Ordinary saints would find it difficult to see through the illusions here, but this person was able to find the entrance after only coming here twice. Perhaps he has some sort of spiritual item that can see through the illusions, said the beautiful woman indifferently. Her voice was like the chirping of an oriole and also like the trickling of a clear spring in the mountains. It made people who heard it feel comfortable and natural. Could it be that we're just going to let him enter just like that? Asked the high-rank saint. This outsider is a bit strange. 2 sacred elders have fallen at his hands. Perhaps he'll be able to get rid of the final obstacle inside and help our sacred church. Let's go take a look, said the beautiful woman. The saintess is wise, the high-ranking saint replied. After Ling Xiao entered the passageway, he was instantly greeted by an endless dark space. It was as if he had fallen into a bottomless black hole, causing him to feel extremely confused. Ling Xiao almost lost control of his mind. He immediately condensed his green pupils to see through all existences of nothingness. Sure enough, this endless dark space in front of him was the same as the outside world, an illusion, and there were only layers of stairs under his feet. Ling Xiao muttered, "The ancestors of the Holy Yang sect are really terrifying. They actually set up illusions one after another. If I'm not careful, I'm afraid I'll be so scared that I don't know what to do." Ling Xiao couldn't help but raise his guard. He had experienced countless life and death situations over the years, but he had no choice but to be careful when dealing with the illusions here. If he didn't have his green pupils to see through the void, he might really be lost here. The stairs were very high, and there were a total of 999 steps down. It was like the door to hell, causing people to feel fear. In such a deep underground room, there should be all sorts of cold yin qi, but the deeper Ling Xiao went, the hotter he felt. There was no cold yin qi at all. Holy Yang sect, Holy Yang fist. Maybe there's some kind of extreme Yang item here, guessed Ling Xiao. When he reached the end of the stairs, he retracted his green pupils. He found that the illusion in front of him was actually a field of mysterious crystals, which were placed randomly. There were also countless spiritual weapons and spiritual herbs. In reality, this was just an empty space. There were only some rubble here and nothing else. This illusory realm was set up to deal with those who were blinded by greed and greed. If Ling Xiao really didn't see through this illusion, with his personality, he would definitely amass a lot of wealth. He was glad that what he saw was just a pile of rubble. F***CK, you set up so many illusions in this broken place. Do you have nothing better to do? Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Then he continued to walk forward. What followed next was a mesmerizing realm. All kinds of seductresses danced around their waists like snakes. Pieces of gauze and satin kept falling off. Their jade-like skin was moist and moving. Their full breasts, flat stomachs, and round and slender legs all stirred up the primal desire of any man. After the enchanted realm, there was another illusion filled with endless temptation. Waves of medicinal fragrance continuously wafted out from the round medicinal pills that were placed all over the place, giving one a feeling of being on cloud 9. Anyone who pursued the strength of the martial Tao would probably find it hard to resist the temptation of these high-grade medicinal pills. After that, there were a few more illusions. They were all set up according to different people's personalities. Greed, anger, obsession. Illusions were really hard to guard against. Along the way, Ling Xiao's whole body was soaked in cold sweat. These illusions were more deadly than the last, and they were set up in a circle. No matter how strong a person's willpower was, after going through so many illusions, there would always be one that would tempt him. Just now, there was one that Ling Xiao saw Yunmingqi appear beside him. He almost lost control of his mind and became obsessed with Yunmingqi's body in the illusion. After going through several illusions, there were finally no more illusions. Now, Ling Xiao came to a space that was even more spacious than the previous ones. He was surprised to find that the surrounding walls were engraved with drawings of human bodies. These drawings of human bodies seemed to be connected to each other, forming a set of coherent movements. Ling Xiao focused his eyes and found that this was indeed not an illusion, so he walked over to take a look. 9 sun-burning heaven art? Ling Xiao looked at the drawings of human bodies engraved on the wall in astonishment. He found that every movement of these drawings was similar to using the 9 sun-burning heaven fist. Moreover, there were different colored suns in the surroundings. If this was not the 9 sun-burning heaven art, then what was it? Ling Xiao looked at these drawings of human bodies, and the 9 sun-burning heaven art in his body unconsciously moved. Ling Xiao's aura instantly exploded, and his body involuntarily danced along with these drawings of human bodies. He discovered that the 9 suns heaven-burning fist that he had always thought was perfect was actually a lot worse than the one here. There were still many flaws, and the human figure on the wall was undoubtedly the most perfect fist technique. Every move and every style was as smooth as flowing water. Bright suns appeared one after another, and the power was more than a level higher than what he had used before. After a set of fist techniques, Ling Xiao entered a state of epiphany. The 9 sun-burning heaven fist on the drawings of human bodies on the wall played continuously in his mind, deeply imprinting them in his mind. After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao's dragon eyes burst out with a strange light, and he murmured, "Looks like the 9 sun-burning heaven fist is the Holy Sun Sect's ultimate technique, the Holy Sun Fist." Following that, Ling Xiao turned his gaze to the other drawings of human bodies. He found that the moves inscribed here were actually very powerful, and not the slightest bit inferior to the 9 sun-burning heaven fist. It was a pity that he didn't know the cultivation incantation, so he didn't know what kind of technique these were. However, he still recognized some of the drawings as the moves of the indestructible golden body. The person inscribed on the drawing was attacked by many weapons, and those weapons were actually directly crushed into powder, turning into nothingness. Tens of thousands of golden lights flickered, and a golden bell enveloped the body. If this wasn't the indestructible golden body, then what was it? This was the inherited technique of one of the dynasties in the central region, and he didn't expect it to also come from the Holy Sun Sect. One could imagine how mighty the Holy Sun Sect was during its golden age, and its might shook the world. Ling Xiao wasn't in the mood to investigate the history of the Holy Sun Sect. He was only thinking that if he could get his hands on the Xian skill mantras on the wall and let the disciples in his palace cultivate them, they would definitely come out on top in less than 100 years. 1,000 years later, they would definitely replace the position of the spiritual martial pavilion. Ling Xiao searched for a while and knew that there couldn't be any Xian skills here, so he walked towards the only cave entrance. That was the place that emitted heat, and Ling Xiao suspected that there was the existence of the extreme yang fire there. However, the demonic demon fire in his sea of consciousness didn't react at all, so he dispelled this thought. Perhaps it was just an ordinary fire. Ling Xiao relied on the demonic demon fire, and without any hesitation he directly walked into the cave entrance. All of a sudden, a rolling heat wave rushed towards him. Bang! Ling Xiao's body was instantly blasted away like a kite with a broken string. His body was scorched black, and fresh blood flowed out incessantly. His chest had already caved in. Ling Xiao's body was comparable to a saint weapon, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow and was seriously injured. This was simply too terrifying. Ling Xiao only felt that his bones were about to fall apart. Without thinking, he immediately swallowed a healing pill, and the ancient emperor mystic technique circulated at full speed to heal his injuries. He was clearly immune to fire, but he was still burned. This made him rack his brains, but he couldn't understand what was going on. When Ling Xiao stood up again, his condition was 70 to 80% recovered. This time, he didn't dare to rush in recklessly. Instead, he walked to the entrance of the cave and gathered his green pupils, hoping to see everything clearly inside. At this moment, Ling Xiao's expression became incomparably shocked. He actually saw a figure punching there. That astonishing fist intent carried with it the power to destroy heaven and earth, intimidating the 9 heavens and 10 earths, giving people a great sense of majesty. Ling Xiao was deeply attracted by the shadow of this figure's fists. He had been unable to touch the fluctuations of space for a long time, and he finally gained some inspiration. because he saw that every single one of these fist insights actually carried the energy of space, and they shattered expanse after expanse of the heavens and the earth, causing everything to be obliterated. Ling Xiao's whole body emitted flames. He closed his eyes, and his fists began to dance. The power of space around him was actually stirred up by his fists. In the beginning, he could only stir up a little bit of the power of space, but gradually, the space around him was under his control. That astonishing power distorted the space around him, and the basement began to shake. Chapter 981. The monstrous fist intent was earth-shattering, and any power under this fist intent would turn into nothingness. The terrifying might caused the surroundings to tremble. Above this basement, those patrolling people all sensed the strangeness of the ground, and all of them looked nervous. Fortunately, a saint appeared and stopped their nervousness. Below the basement, the saints of the holy Im cult had already passed through all the illusions. It was not that they did not have any greed, but that they had the dispelling potion, and were already familiar with this place, so it was not surprising that they came here. When they hid far away and saw Ling Xiao using his fist intent there and stirring up the power of space, they all opened their mouths wide and revealed a look of disbelief. At that time, a saint had been killed by the fist intent when they'd first arrived here. They also knew that there was a monstrous fist intent waving inside, and they had all studied it, but they only understood a little bit. Now this young man had actually grasped the essence of the fist intent, and he had also comprehended the power of space. His aura instantly soared. If it was not for the special nature of this space, it was afraid that it would have been destroyed by Ling Xiao. Saintess, he is breaking through, should we? The high-level saint made a gesture of cutting his neck and whispered, "Wait, it may be more advantageous for him to break through the fist intent space here. We can't lose the big picture because of a small gain." The saintess stopped him. It was just that after she made this decision, looking at the heroic figure dancing in the air, she did not know why she felt that something was wrong, but when she thought that there must be extraordinary things behind the fist intent space, she threw that inappropriate thought aside. Ling Xiao did not know how long he had been waving his fist, he only knew that his realm was rising endlessly. He felt as if he was the figure in the sea of fire. Every punch carried a monstrous fist intent, and the power of space around him was all under his control. He had a domineering feeling of truly controlling heaven and earth. He felt as if he had merged with heaven and earth. He could sense the air slowly drifting, and he could sense the untouchable spatial energy that had always been around him. He could sense the trajectories they contained. When Ling Xiao stopped punching, he sat down cross-legged on the spot and restrained all his aura. After a while, his aura burst out again. 5 different colors of energy flickered around him, and the huge energy instantly caused the space around him to distort again, and the surrounding walls kept shaking. The spiritual qi in the surroundings continued to converge towards him. However, the spiritual qi was far from enough to satisfy Ling Xiao. Many mysterious crystals appeared in front of him. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, turned the mysterious crystals into energy and absorbed them. Countless forces constantly attacked and cleansed Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao only felt that his limbs, bones, internal organs, meridians, flesh, and blood, all of them had been cleansed. The life force of every organ in his body was also emitting a vigorous power, greatly strengthening and perfecting his physique, and his lifespan was infinitely extended. The 5-colored vortex in his dantian kept spinning rapidly, and the power contained within it was like a vast sea of stars, making people feel that it was endless. His sea of consciousness had also undergone a huge change. Not only had it become several times larger, all the impurities in the spiritual liquid had been expelled, and the spiritual world bridge was shining like a rainbow. The scenes of the power of the world inside became more vivid, as if there was air and space, like a different world, making people feel that it was extremely magical. His soul power also exploded at this moment, and the condensed figure became more and more real, no different from a real person. In terms of the transformation of life, this was the feeling of reaching divine transcendence. When many warriors broke through to the saint realm, their lifespan would be infinitely extended. However, how many saints had reached this level at such a young age like Ling Xiao? Even if their bodies had been completely transformed, they would definitely not be as perfect as Ling Xiao. It could be said that now that Ling Xiao had reached the saint realm, his appearance would not change for the rest of his life. In other words, he did not need to use any heaven-defying spirit herbs or elixirs to maintain his youth. Moreover, his potential was definitely not something that those warriors who had reached the saint realm after thousands of years could compare to. A saint who was not even 100 years old was definitely unique in the central region, and could be said to be the #1 person in the central region. Ling Xiao did not expect that after breaking through so many illusions and suffering such a heavy punch, he would actually have the opportunity to comprehend fist intent and spatial power. This was undoubtedly the reward he wanted the most on this trip. That surging power made him feel so comfortable that he could not help but moan. He only felt that every movement of his carried a vast power that could destroy everything in the world, and kill anyone who stood in his way. "I'll use you rats to practice," Ling Xiao muttered with a happy smile on his face. Then his body flashed, and he was already on the other side. A fist with a monstrous fist intent blasted toward the 5 saints who were hiding their auras. This fiery fist completely filled the narrow space, and the raging flames and ferocious fist intent caused the walls to shatter and fall off. "This kid can actually discover us. Seems like he really has some tricks up his sleeve." The high-level saint laughed coldly. Just as he was about to block Ling Xiao's fist, someone else rushed over and made a move. A wave of absolute yin qi met the monstrous fist of fire. Rumble! The 2 saints' powers collided, and an earth-shattering explosion occurred, shaking the basement to the point where it finally showed signs of collapsing. After all, no matter how strong the restriction here was, it was still set up 200,000 years ago, and most of its power had already disappeared. All the saints rushed up into the sky. The illusions of the Holy Yang sect's ruins outside disappeared, and the ruins appeared before the eyes of the Holy Yin sect's disciples. However, they did not know what happened, and the ruins began to sink into the ground again. Then, a few figures rushed up from the ground. When the Holy Yin sect's disciples saw these figures, they immediately shouted respectfully, "Greetings, Saintess, greetings, saints. There's a powerful invasion of a foreign race here. All of you should retreat to the headquarters for the time being," the high-level saint said to the hundreds of Holy Yin sect's disciples. These people did not dare to have any objections, and immediately left the place through the transmission array. At the same time, Ling Xiao and the saintess began to clash. Ling Xiao originally thought that after comprehending the fist intent, the power of the fist intent would be enough to kill a mid-level saint. However, he actually did not have much of an advantage against this flirtatious woman in front of him. Moreover, she was only a low-level saint like him. What Ling Xiao used was the 9 Sun Sky-Burning Fist, which was a fist technique of extreme yang. However, what his opponent used was the exact opposite of Ling Xiao's. It was the absolute power of extreme yin, and it was a set of claw techniques. The white claws that were as sharp as blades, with the power to tear through space, clawed at Ling Xiao continuously. Looking at those sharp claws, an ordinary person would probably die immediately if they were to be touched even a little. Ling Xiao had just broken through to the saint realm, and his power was endless. Facing an opponent of equal strength, he did not feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he was extremely excited. Round after round of dazzling suns kept crashing down, and the invincible fist intent destroyed everything in the world. All the yin claws turned into powder under the extreme yang fist, but the absolute yin cold air that was emitted attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had the protection of the heavenly fire, but he could actually feel the waves of cold air attacking his body. It was really too strange. It seems that this girl also has an extremely cold spiritual item, but I have just comprehended the fist intent, so you're still not enough. Ling Xiao thought to himself. His aura surged once again, and a blazing white fist smashed down on the saintess's head with terrifying power. This fist contained the essence of the fist intent that Ling Xiao had just comprehended, and its power was quite terrifying. The Holy Lady's pretty face became serious, and waves of absolute yin qi surged out continuously, and the surrounding air became extremely cold. 9 in divine claws. The Holy Lady shouted in shock. She gathered all her power, and at the same time, both her claws reached out to meet the fist. 2 different powers collided, and a powerful destructive force was produced. The space around them seemed to be distorted. In the end, the white fist still shattered the 2 yin claws, and the fist radiance continued to blast towards the Holy Lady. The Holy Lady had already used all her strength just now, and her reaction speed was already a lot slower. She found that she actually could not dodge this fist now. Don't even think about hurting the Holy Lady. The high-ranking saint from the Holy Yin cult shouted in shock, and instantly appeared beside the Holy Lady. A wave of spatial power instantly burst out, and Ling Zhao's torrential fist radiance was sent flying. However, when the high-ranking saint sent the fist radiance flying, his body was actually forced back several meters by the power of the fist radiance. The high-ranking saint's face alternated between red and white, and it was obvious that he could not accept this fact. He was a high-ranking saint, but he was actually forced back by a novice low-level saint. If word of this got out, where would he put his face? Suddenly, his murderous aura became stronger. The high-ranking saint did not forget to impose a groundless crime on Ling Zhao, and said, "Alien, you have offended and blasphemed my holy land. Today, I will tear you into 1,000 pieces." Immediately after, a strong light shone towards Ling Zhao, and the light was so dazzling that it made it hard for him to open his eyes. Ling Zhao did not expect this old man to have the power of light, and the pure light that he emitted made him a little uncomfortable. "You want to take my life? You are not qualified." Ling Zhao shouted in shock, and a figure was summoned. The figure had just appeared, and it immediately swept towards the high-ranking saint like a ghost. Its speed could be said to be traceless, and it was difficult to see it. In the blink of an eye, a scream was heard. Clearly, someone had been injured. Chapter 982. Ling Zhao no longer had the old Dragon King's dragon scales to protect him. Although his physical body was comparable to that of a sage, he had never thought that he would be invincible in the world. As he grew stronger, the people he came into contact with became stronger as well. Hence, he had already made preparations to ensure that nothing would go wrong. A pinnacle sage like Sha Tian was naturally brought along by him just in case. The figure that had suddenly appeared was undoubtedly Sha Tian. Sha Tian was proficient in the art of assassination. In the blink of an eye, he had chopped off the Holy Yin cult's high-grade sage's arm. That scream had naturally come from the Holy Yin cult's high-grade sage. The Holy Yin cult sage, who was not far away, was also stunned. They had not expected such a terrifying expert to suddenly appear. They were afraid that the most powerful elder among them would be injured. The high-grade sage covered his wrist and retreated repeatedly. His heart was already in turmoil. He could clearly feel that his opponent was much stronger than him. His opponent's strength was already close to that of the Holy Yin cult's leader. If Sha Tian attacked, it would definitely be difficult for him to survive. He became one with his sword, and his sword moved with peerless speed. Sword chi overflowed in all directions, and his strength was shocking. Countless sword images swept towards the high-rank saint. "I'll fight you to the death." The high-grade sage had nowhere to retreat. A silver shield appeared in his hand and blocked all of Sha Tian's sword chi. At the same time, he could actually attack with his eyes. Eye-killing technique. 2 beams of white light shot out from his eyes. The speed and power of the attack were quite terrifying. Fortunately, Sha Tian was a pinnacle sage. He was one of the most powerful and peerless experts in the central region. His reaction speed was astonishing. He quickly withdrew his holy sword and instantly blocked the 2 beams of white light. At the same time, he quickly counterattacked. Another terrifying attack stirred up the space in this area and headed towards the high-grade sage. "Holy Maiden, save me!" The high-grade sage's surprise attack had been blocked. He had no choice but to cry for help. At the same time, he summoned his protective spirit beast. At this time, the saintess came back to her senses and shouted, Everyone attack! With the saintess in the lead, several saints erupted with astonishing power at the same time. A few spirit beasts instantly soared into the sky, and the surrounding heaven and earth shook from the powerful aura. Ling Xiao also summoned his lion-tiger beast. A pair of boxing gloves appeared in his hands. With a shout, he rushed towards the saintess again. He had just become a saint and had just comprehended fist intent. Naturally, he wanted to have a good fight. Sha Tian was fighting 1 against 3, while Ling Xiao was also fighting 1 against 3. The water serpent and lion-tiger beast were fighting against 6 spirit beasts, so they were obviously at a huge disadvantage in terms of numbers. "Sha, make it quick," Ling Xiao ordered. He didn't want to waste any more time. After receiving Ling Xiao's order, Sha Tian naturally fought with all his might. The strange sword intent forced the 3 saints to retreat. Ling Xiao also used the first 7 moves of the 9 Sun Sky-Burning Fist in turn. His fists were filled with extreme yang flames, and they carried an unparalleled fist intent as they blasted towards the 3 people surrounding him. One of the 3 was a mid-level saint. He wanted to take most of Ling Xiao's attacks. However, when he came into contact with Ling Xiao's fist light, he was immediately burned by the yang flames. That monstrous fist intent made him feel that he couldn't resist it. The holy sword in his hand was shaken off, and blood flowed from the wound between his thumb and forefinger. Fortunately, the saintess and another companion took the brunt of the fist light in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance to survive. The saintess found that Ling Xiao was getting stronger and stronger. She was extremely surprised. At the same time, she also recognized that Ling Xiao was using the Holy Yang Sect's unique technique, the Holy Yang Fist. It was a divine technique that was on par with the Holy Yin Sect's 9 Yin Divine Claws. She became anxious. She couldn't help but ask, "Who are you? Why do you know the lost Holy Yang Fist?" "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you guys are going too far." Ling Xiao became more excited as he fought. He had a deeper understanding of the fist intent. The feeling of being one with nature and ignoring the shackles of space was wonderful. The saintess was exasperated. She had thought that Ling Xiao would be able to break the space of fist will and take the opportunity to get Ping Yi. But she did not expect Ling Xiao to be so powerful after becoming a saint, and he did not have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. It really made her feel troubled. 2 blood-curdling screams came from the other side. It was obvious that the saints who were attacking Sha Tian were injured. On the other side, Ling Xiao had also beaten the mid-level saint into a sorry state. The other low-level saint was burned to ashes by the heavenly fire. The saintess was getting more and more anxious. She knew that there wouldn't be a good result if she continued. She shouted, "Everyone retreat." Then she grabbed at Ling Xiao's head with her claws. After forcing Ling Xiao to defend, she escaped with the mid-level saint. On the other side, the 3 saints who were fighting with Sha Tian also wanted to escape. However, Sha Tian's speed was astonishing. He swung his sword 3 times in a row and kept the 2 mid-level saints behind. The high-level saint also escaped at full speed after taking a blow. After he escaped, he said viciously, "Damned mutated people, our leader won't let you off." Sha Tian wanted to chase after the high-level saint with all his might. However, Ling Xiao stopped him and said, "Forget it, they won't be back for a while. Protect me here, I'll go down again." Ling Xiao planned to go to the space of the fist intent again to see if he could enter. If he could enter, then he would immediately leave the desert and return to the central region after obtaining the things inside. If he couldn't enter, then he had to leave. The Holy Yin cult had so many saints. Their leader might be an existence that surpassed the saint realm. If they really encountered such a peerless expert, he and Sha Tian wouldn't be enough. Ling Xiao waved his hands and moved the collapsed buildings away one by one. Soon, a huge pit that was hundreds of meters wide appeared in front of him. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately rushed down. At the same time, he shook many stone fragments into powder. When he reached the bottom of the basement, the passage of the space of the fist intent was still intact. Waves of hot air kept coming out. This place should have been discovered by the people of the Holy Yin cult long ago, but they couldn't enter. It's obvious that even high-level saints couldn't resist that terrifying fist intent. Now that my strength has increased greatly, if I transform into a dragon, my physical defense is definitely comparable to a high-level saint weapon. However, can I withstand that shocking fist intent? Ling Xiao stood at the entrance of the passage and thought seriously. Ling Xiao focused his eyes again and focused on the scene in the passage. His expression changed, and his dragon eyes revealed a look of surprise. The space of the fist intent disappeared? What's going on? He could still feel the waves of hot air, but he didn't see anyone practicing there anymore. At the same time, the demonic heavenly fire pearl in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness actually jumped quickly. Could it have disappeared because I comprehended the fist intent? Or was it affected by the collapse here just now? Ling Xiao thought quickly. After hesitating for a moment, he said to himself, "No matter what, let's go in and take a look first." After saying that, Ling Xiao directly raised all his aura, and his appearance also transformed into a half-dragon body. Dragon scales began to cover his body, forming a strong defense. After that, he slowly stepped into the passage. Step by step, he really didn't receive any more attacks. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and began to look at everything inside. The space inside was not big, and there were rows of empty shelves with nothing left. Ling Xiao was disappointed for no reason. He originally thought that there would be a lot of good things inside, but he found that it had long been cleared out by others. It was impossible to get Ping Yi. However, he still saw a sealed flame in a corner. The flame was multicolored, but it was trapped in a small space. No matter how it flickered, it couldn't escape. What kind of flame is this? It actually made the demonic heavenly fire react so strongly. Ling Xiao murmured when he sensed the strong reaction of the divine pearl in his sea of consciousness. He looked at the flame and couldn't help but think of the various legends about the Holy Yang sect. Could this be the demonic heavenly fire left behind by the leader of the Holy Yang sect? No, this should just be a wisp of the origin flame, Ling Xiao muttered to himself. I don't know if the Holy Yang sect left it behind to preserve the holy fire, or if there was some other reason. Anyway, Ping is mine. Ling Xiao revealed an excited expression. Although this was only a wisp of the demonic heavenly fire's origin flame, its power definitely couldn't be underestimated. It happened to be on par with the demonic heavenly fire, and it could fill up the 8th yang meridian in his body, allowing him to cultivate the 8th layer of the rainbow flame Immortal Sunday. In order to prevent the wisp of the origin flame from escaping, Ling Xiao first sealed the area with the demonic blue fire before directly breaking the space restriction. Ling Xiao unleashed all of his battle prowess, and his all-out attack was comparable to the power of a peak mid-level saint. Rumble! A shocking explosion sounded, and the power of the space restriction immediately collapsed. The wisp of demonic heavenly fire instantly broke free and immediately soared up. The scorching energy made Ling Xiao feel a trace of pain. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He immediately opened his mouth and sucked the wisp of demonic heavenly fire into his abdomen. Ah! Ling Xiao couldn't help but cry out in pain from the scorching pain. This was a wisp of the origin flame, and its power was definitely not weaker than the demonic heavenly fire. It would be strange if Ling Xiao didn't get burned after absorbing it like that. If it was anyone else, they would probably have been burned to ashes by now. Ling Xiao endured the torturous pain and used the demonic heavenly fire to wrap it up in one area, preventing it from burning his organs. Then he used the 9 suns burning heaven technique and sucked it into the 8th yang meridian. Although it was only a wisp of the power of the demonic heavenly fire, it was enough to completely fill up Ling Xiao's 8th yang meridian. Following the completion of the 8th yang meridian, Ling Xiao would be able to smoothly use the power of the 8th level, Rainbow Flame Immortal Sun. He was only missing the final level, Ashen Flame Sacred Sun, before he could cultivate the power of the 9 suns burning heaven. Just as Ling Xiao merged with the wisp of demonic heavenly fire, the leader of the Holy Yin sect actually came in person. Chapter 983. The Holy Yin cult was founded 180,000 years ago. It was a force that started to spread its teachings in the Sand region after the disappearance of the Holy Yang cult 20,000 years ago. At that time, the Holy Yang cult had disappeared, and there were many different sections. When the Holy Yin cult was first established, it used the slogan of the Holy Yang cult. It was said that it was the strongest branch of the Holy Yang cult. However, at that time, some people said that the Holy Yin cult was the sworn enemy of the Holy Yang cult. Now that the Holy Yang cult had disappeared, the Holy Yin cult made a comeback and wanted to dominate the Sand region. Almost all the people in the Sand region were followers of the Holy Yang cult. When they heard this news, they immediately believed it. However, after the Holy Yin cult dealt with those forces that spread this rumor, they opened the ruins of the Holy Yang cult. They claimed that they would keep the ruins of the Holy Yang cult for the rest of the world to admire. When the people of the Sand region found out that the Holy Yin cult didn't destroy the ruins of the Holy Yang cult and asked them to pay their respects, their wariness toward the Holy Yin cult gradually disappeared. In the end, they even regarded the Holy Yin cult as the #1 religion. The Holy Yin cult also started to unify all the territories in the Sand region. These years, the followers of the Holy Yin cult had spread all over the Sand region. No one dared to challenge the prestige of the Holy Yin cult. Even the most powerful mounted bandits didn't dare to touch the people of the Holy Yin cult. However, now, a person from a different race had killed several of the holy elders of the Holy Yin cult. This was simply a blasphemy and provocation to the Holy Yin cult. Before the saintess and the others returned to the territory of the Holy Yin cult, the leader of the Holy Yin cult was ready to come personally. For many years, the Holy Yin cult hadn't lost any of their holy elders. Looking at the dim jade tubes of life, the leader of the Holy Yin cult knew that something big had happened. A figure rushed out of one of the spatial castles. The figure shuttled through the space at a speed like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the distance of several cities. Soon, he would arrive at the ruins of the Holy Yang cult. This speed was at least the speed of a peak saint. Ling Xiao was intoxicated with the 8th Yang meridian. He didn't know that a great enemy had arrived. When he completely fused the rainbow immortal heavenly flame into his 8th Yang meridian, his strength increased a little. He had entered the saint primary realm and stabilized it. Everything happened too quickly, and Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. I've become a saint. I can finally go to the heaven realm. Ling Xiao sighed as he clenched his fists. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Whether it was to find Yun Mingqi or to find his master, or to step on the path to becoming stronger, he had to go to the heaven domain. That was the ultimate goal of his life. Ling Xiao scanned the room again and felt that there was nothing valuable left. He was ready to leave. No, there are so many illusions set up here and fist intent left behind to prevent others from entering. It is impossible for it to be as simple as preserving a wisp of rainbow immortal heaven fire. There must be other treasures here. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. Then he walked over and carefully examined the rows of empty shelves. After confirming that there was nothing, he burned them one by one. He looked around again. Looking at the empty room, he couldn't help but feel a little unwilling. His green eyes condensed again. He was sure that this wasn't an illusion. He was really going to give up and leave. But at this moment he saw a small discovery on the opposite wall. He wasn't sure what he was thinking, so he walked closer to the wall. At a glance, there was nothing special on the wall. It was definitely not an illusion. However, there were very small marks on the wall. If Ling Xiao hadn't opened his green eyes, he definitely wouldn't have been able to see these hair-like marks. From the marks, it could be seen that this was the mark of the stone door being closed. Could it be that there's more to it than meets the eye? Ling Xiao wondered. No matter what was inside, he had to open it and see. He raised his hand and punched the wall with all his strength. Bang! A punch that was powerful enough to destroy several mountains was actually unable to break this wall. So strong! Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He didn't expect this wall to be made of stone that was more than 10,000 years old. The golden dragon spear appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. He once again punched the wall. The semi-divine golden dragon spear directly blasted a big hole in the wall. There really is something inside. Ling Xiao shouted in surprise. He waved the golden dragon spear again and opened the hole a lot bigger. Ling Xiao walked in and was surprised to find that this was a small secret treasure room. Dozens of divine weapons were randomly arranged. Each one of them was emitting a bright light. This made Ling Xiao a little dizzy. He casually grabbed a long sword that was fluctuating with the water element. He opened the scabbard and a blue sword light dazzled his eyes. A lifelike spirit beast shadow appeared. Flying fish sword. It's at least a mid-rank divine weapon. Ling Xiao felt that this sword was extraordinary and exclaimed. Then, he checked the divine weapons one by one and found that there were even a few high-rank divine weapons. This made him ecstatic. Just these dozens of divine weapons were already a great harvest for Ling Xiao on this trip. However, Ling Xiao saw that these divine weapons were randomly arranged. There were a few weapon racks that had nothing on them. He suspected that these were inferior divine weapons that were deliberately left behind. Apart from these divine weapons, there were some bottles and strange utensils. However, the contents of the bottles and utensils were also broken. There was not a trace of energy left in them. Finally, his gaze fell on a few ancient scrolls. He thought that these might be rare techniques. When he opened them, he found that they were filled with strange words that he couldn't understand. This made him very depressed. Could these be the Sand Region's language? Ling Xiao guessed. Although he had learned the Sand Region's language from Jianghu, he had never learned how to recognize the Sand Region's language. Forget it. I'll put them away first. I'll study them when I go back. Ling Xiao licked his lips. His eyes lit up as he swept these divine weapons and ancient scrolls. He was glad that he had carefully observed them again. If he had left just now, he would have missed these divine weapons. These divine weapons were not very useful to him. However, they were rare divine weapons for the Smiling Palace. They could enrich the Smiling Palace's foundation. When he left the central region in the future, other people could also rely on these divine weapons to pass them on. Just as Ling Xiao came out of the ground, a powerful aura swept over from afar. The speed and power of that aura shocked Ling Xiao. Don't tell me the people of the Holy Yin cult are already here for revenge? Ling Xiao said to himself as he jumped up. Sha Tian immediately went to Ling Xiao's side and said, "The person who came is very strong, not weaker than me." Ling Xiao was a little shocked when he heard that. Sha Tian was already a peak existence in the central region. The person who had come was actually as strong as him. It was not to be underestimated. A wind-breaking sound rang out, and a silhouette appeared 100 meters away from Ling Xiao and Sha Tian. This figure was actually a woman so beautiful that it could make one's heart skip a beat. She was not inferior to the saintess he had seen before, and was even more seductive and alluring. That perfect image and temperament of a mature woman was Ling Xiao's favorite. Her facial features were exquisite, and her eyes were rippling with psychedelic colors. It was easy for any man to fall into her eyes. Her full and towering breasts, her round and perky buttocks, and her slender and flawless legs were simply a peerless temptress. Her beauty was breathtaking. She was wearing the clothes of a different tribe, and there was a different kind of exotic charm about her. Although Ling Xiao had seen many beautiful women, and all the women around him were also stunning, they were still inferior to this temptress in front of him. This was not the difference in appearance, but the difference in temperament. After all, this woman in front of him was already a peak saint. Her charm was only comparable to that of Ling Xiao's mistress, Feng Qingyuan. Ling Xiao looked at this woman, and a strong desire to conquer her arose in his heart. His body became a little hot. It was only the first time they met, but he was already aroused by this woman. It could be seen how terrifying the temptation of this woman was. Since his debut, Ling Xiao had been seduced by Yu Lian, and this woman in front of him was undoubtedly the second one. This woman was the vice-sect leader of the Holy Yin cult, Yu Fei. She was once the holy maiden of the Holy Yin cult, and now the vice-sect leader of the Holy Yin cult. She looked coldly at Ling Xiao and Sha Tian and said, "Are you people from the Middle Earth?" Middle Earth? You're talking about the central region, right? That's right, we're from there, Ling Xiao replied while suppressing his agitation. He didn't expect that this woman would not directly kill them, but instead ask such a question. You've already comprehended the fist intent of the underground secret room. I believe you've also found the things inside. Hand them over, and I'll let you leave. Yuro Fei said indifferently. She actually didn't mention that Ling Xiao had killed their holy elder, nor did she mention that he had destroyed this place. Was she worried about Sha Tian's strength and didn't dare to make a move? If I don't teach you, will you forcefully snatch them? Ling Xiao said calmly. Yuro Fei sneered and said, if you don't hand them over, I can't kill him, but I can definitely kill you. Her smile was cold, beautiful, and charming, but it concealed a strong murderous intent. As her voice fell, a mirror appeared in her hand, and she attacked without any warning. The mirror flickered with a dazzling brilliance, and waves of strange light flickered, and a mysterious power shone on Sha Tian's body. Her attack was too sudden, and Sha Tian had been protecting Ling Xiao the whole time, so he didn't dare to be careless. However, the speed of this light was not something that he could easily dodge. This was because that mirror was a semi-divine tool, and it was called the Quiet Light Mirror. Once someone was illuminated by it, their body would immediately be imprisoned, and they wouldn't be able to move. The power would only disappear after a quarter of an hour. Ling Xiao looked at the motionless Sha Tian and knew that things were not good. How could he have imagined that Yuro Fei would have such a shocking divine tool? Ling Xiao instantly unleashed his full battle strength, and the sky-suppressing drum immediately appeared in his hand. He wanted to catch this woman off guard and kill her. At this moment, he definitely couldn't have the slightest bit of protective feelings for the fairer sex, or else he would be the one to die. Chapter 984. Before Ling Xiao could strike the sky-suppressing drum, another beam of light shone towards him. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart, "It's over!" Ling Xiao felt that his movements were completely stiff. Apart from his brain, which could still think, he could not move anything else. He could not even muster the strength in his dantian. Yuro Fei's delicate face revealed a charming smile. I wanted to be polite with you, but since you're not tactful, don't blame me for being rude. Just as Yuro Fei was about to kill the two of them, Sha Tian's protective spirit beast, the water serpent, and Ling Xiao's lion tiger were not restrained. The two spirit beasts roared and attacked Yuro Fei. The still mirror in Yuro Fei's hand did not seem to have any effect on the spirit beasts. She kept the mirror and a scimitar appeared in her hand. At the same time, she summoned her protective spirit beast. Yuro Fei's protective spirit beast was actually a silver giant elephant. Its huge body was as terrifying as a mountain. Its hook-like nostrils emitted a powerful aura. Its two huge ears kept flapping, and its four giant legs were as tough and heavy as the sky's pillars. Given that it was such a huge creature, it was certainly the greatest among high-rank spirit beasts, but its humongous body caused it to move much slower. Nevertheless, Yuro Fei was very confident in it. It would not be a problem for it to hold back the water serpent and lion tiger. After all, the silver giant elephant's skin and flesh were extremely tough, and it was completely immune to normal attacks. Looking at this huge creature, Ling Xiao's body turned cold. The most direct method was to kill him and Sha Tian, and everything they had on them would belong to the other party. This won't do. I need to think of a way to stop her for a while. Sha Tian should be able to recover his strength very soon. Ling Xiao's mind was spinning rapidly as he tried to think of a solution. However, he couldn't move at all. Only his brain could still think, and he could also use mental force attacks. However, for a saint who had grasped the power of space, mental force attacks were no longer enough. Even if his soul doppelganger went out, it wouldn't be a match for a peak saint. In the end, even his soul would be destroyed. Originally, I would have spared your life if you had handed over the item. However, you wanted to monopolize the item of my holy sect and killed my holy elder. I have no choice but to send you to meet the gods. Yuro Fei sneered. Her scimitar flashed with a sharp blade light as it slashed towards Ling Xiao. It's not that easy to take my life. Ling Xiao was quick-witted and immediately summoned an indestructible golden body from the medicinal cauldron. His soul avatar instantly attached to this golden body. As if this golden body had a life of its own, It raised its golden spear and attacked Yuro Fei. Yuro Fei didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to summon a person. Moreover, this person knew how to use elemental attacks, which puzzled her. One had to know that spatial rings couldn't store living things, and the spirit beast bracer couldn't store a person. This golden body had the cultivation of a low-level saint and a defense comparable to a low-level saint weapon. However, it couldn't erupt with combat power that was dozens of times like Ling Xiao's real body. Yuro Fei was a peak saint. After 2 moves, she was able to figure out the strength of this indestructible golden body. She increased her attacks and directly cut this indestructible golden body into several pieces. Ling Xiao knew that this golden body couldn't withstand this woman's attacks. He withdrew his soul doppelganger and immediately summoned another indestructible true body of Jianghu. This Jianghu should have been a peak saint before he died. He was no weaker than this woman and Sha Tian. With the defense of his golden body, he wouldn't be destroyed immediately like the previous one. Ling Xiao used his soul doppelganger to control this golden body. He held the golden dragon spear and used the limitless doppelganger technique to attack Yuro Fei. Nearly 100 different figures and the powerful tyrant dragon spear technique bombarded this part of the world. Unfortunately, although this body was strong, Ling Xiao could only use the power of a low-level saint. It was impossible for him to deal with Yuro Fei. If this is all you have, then it's over. Although Yuro Fei was surprised by Ling Xiao's methods, she knew that these two were only puppets and not real people. They were controlled by Ling Xiao's soul doppelganger, so they weren't much of a threat to her. She also knew that if she was delayed for more than a quarter of an hour, it would be time for her to escape. After all, the still mirror could only be used once a day on the same person, and it wouldn't be effective the second time. Therefore, Yuro Fei had to get rid of Ling Xiao and Sha Tian as soon as possible. However, when she attacked this golden body a few times in a row, she realized that it didn't suffer any damage. She knew that this puppet was indeed much stronger than before. She didn't want to get entangled, so she directly went around to kill Sha Tian. In her eyes, Sha Tian was the biggest threat, and the low-level saint in front of her was far weaker than her. How could he be qualified to fight with her? You forced me to be ruthless. Killing intent flashed past Ling Xiao's eyes. He had originally wanted to capture this seductress-like woman and keep her by his side. This kind of woman had always been his favorite, and he couldn't bear to destroy a flower. Just as Yuro Fei was about to kill Sha Tian, the golden body had already returned to Ling Xiao's side, and all of its power was directed towards the heaven-suppressing drum. The terrifying sound of the drum shook Yuro Fei's body. Her meridians, blood vessels, and internal organs were immediately severely injured. Her body didn't explode immediately. Instead, she spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a method, nor did she expect that the broken drum would cause such a strange attack. Although the power of Ling Xiao's soul avatar was close to his own strength, the consumption of energy was naturally not something the real body could compare to. After an all-out attack, this soul avatar was extremely weak, and it was very difficult for it to make a second attack. However, this was enough to delay the time for a quarter of an hour. Yuro Fei had suffered extremely heavy injuries. She had almost died at the hands of this low-level saint. She was unwilling, but it was already very difficult for her to turn the situation around. She took out a pill and swallowed it with difficulty, hoping that she could recover and leave this place before the other party struggled to break free. At the same time, she summoned the silver elephant. She wanted to bring her away from this place first. However, Ling Xiao had used the 2 golden bodies to stall for time, and a quarter of an hour had already passed. Sha Tian was the first to regain his freedom. He angrily charged at Yuro Fei. However, Ling Xiao still transmitted a message to him, telling him to show mercy and restrain her first. Sha Tian was in peak condition, while Yuro Fei was in an extremely poor state. Being captured by Sha Tian and having her power sealed was an inevitable outcome. At this time, Ling Xiao had also regained his freedom. He secretly sighed in his heart, lucky. Fortunately, the stillness mirror only sealed the physical body, and not the soul. It allowed him to control it with his consciousness and summon the two golden bodies. Although one was destroyed, it was already very fortunate that he was able to keep his life. Ling Xiao arrived in front of Yuro Fei. There were traces of blood on her charming face, and she looked very pitiful. Ling Xiao gently wiped away the blood on her face and revealed a smile that was like a spring breeze. He said indifferently, "Submit to me, or you can go see the gods." Her gentle smile carried an incomparably cold killing intent. As a last resort, Ling Xiao really didn't want to give up this perfect woman in his heart. She was the type he loved the most. Yuro Fei was obviously not a woman who was afraid of death. She immediately closed her eyes and waited for Ling Xiao to deal with her. Is this considered a silent resistance? If I take over your body first, will you hate me very much? Ling Xiao gently hooked her chin with his finger and revealed a hoodlum expression. Yuro Fei's beautiful eyes instantly widened. She looked at Ling Xiao with an ashen expression and said, "You better kill me. Otherwise, when my cult master comes, all of you will die." Hee, why should I wait for him to come? Unless he dares to come to the central region, I will make it so that he won't be able to return. Ling Xiao let out a faint laugh. Then he reached out to the clothes in front of Yuro Fei's chest and pulled down quite a bit of her top. Her fragrant shoulders were exposed, and her skin was as translucent as ivory. It was extremely alluring. Moreover, a large part of her full chest was exposed, and it was a stimulating visual impact. Shameless! Yuro Fei's body lightly trembled as she shouted. Her beautiful eyes were slightly misty. Since the day she became a saintess, she had received the respect of the world. When she became the vice cult master, no one dared to provoke her dignity, and it was absolutely impossible for others to touch her body. Now, she was being taken advantage of by this strange man from a different race. It was the first time she had been bullied by a man like this, and she wished she could tear Ling Xiao into 1,000 pieces in her heart. I'll ask you one more time. Submit to me or die. Ling Xiao repeated with narrowed eyes. I will always be loyal to the gods. Yuro Fei seemed to have accepted her fate. She closed her eyes again and allowed Ling Xiao to deal with her. She seemed to be swearing, even if you obtain my body, you will not be able to obtain my heart. Fuck. You win. Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse. In the end, he couldn't do anything that was worse than a pig or a dog. Similarly, he didn't want to use a mental curse to control her and turn her into his puppet. If that happened, then subduing her would be meaningless. Ling Xiao had no choice but to bring her along with him. He would slowly cultivate his feelings with her on the way. He believed that with his handsome appearance, he would be able to capture this woman's heart sooner or later. After capturing Yuro Fei, Ling Xiao left the sand region with a full load. He didn't have the mood to wait for the Holy In cult's disciples to besiege and kill him. Moreover, the Holy In cult had a cult master who was even more powerful than Yuro Fei. Ling Xiao didn't have the confidence to resist the existence of such a powerful person. Yuro Fei thought that Ling Xiao would forcibly occupy her body. However, Ling Xiao didn't do that. He just scared her a little. This made her heave a sigh of relief. If she was really violated by him, she would rather die and end all her troubles. If you let me go, I can give you a lot of treasures. Yuro Fei couldn't help but suggest. If you submit to me, I can give you anything, Ling Xiao replied shamelessly. I will never betray the Holy In cult. Just give up. My heart is like a boulder. I won't give up so easily. Chapter 985. After capturing the Holy In religion's deputy leader Yuro Fei, Ling Xiao and Sha Tian immediately left the ruins of the Holy Yang religion at full speed. They used space shuttle all the way, covering millions of kilometers in a day. After a few days, they were far away from the human settlements of the sand region and once again returned to the vast desert. Ling Xiao did not restrict Yuro Fei's personal freedom, but he had Sha Tian seal her power, preventing her from recovering from her injuries, making it difficult for her to restore her strength. Her space ring and spirit beast bracers were also confiscated by Ling Xiao, so she had nothing to rely on and could not play any tricks. At first, this woman kept cursing Ling Xiao for being despicable and shameless, bullying weak women, and so on, and decided that she would rather go on a hunger strike than submit to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao almost collapsed at the time. The peak saint was a weak woman, how could other women live? But when they entered the depths of the desert, this woman began to become surprisingly quiet. Ling Xiao no longer refused the food and water he gave her, which made Ling Xiao feel strange. He was afraid that she would recover her strength to deal with him. To be on the safe side, Ling Xiao had to ask Sha Tian to strengthen the seal on her power, just in case. He had finally managed to kidnap such a beautiful woman, how could he let her escape so easily? Moreover, this was the first time he had ever felt such a strong sense of subjugation towards this woman. Ling Xiao wasn't a young man who had just stepped out into the martial world. He knew that a woman's heart couldn't be won simply by pestering her. Besides, he didn't just want her body, he wanted her heart as well. He knew that this matter could not be rushed, and it would take a certain amount of time to cultivate. He had to let this woman discover his strengths and completely suppress her in terms of combat strength. Once that happened, everything would no longer be a problem. After leaving the place where the people of the Sand region lived, Ling Xiao felt that it should be safe, so he summoned Sha Hu and asked him to translate the ancient scrolls obtained from the underground secret room of the Holy Yang religion. It would have been fine if he did not translate them, but after translating them, he found that these scrolls were particularly precious high-level Xian skills. Even Yuro Fei, who was watching from the side, became anxious. It was obvious that she had a strong interest in Ling Xiao's ancient scrolls. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to her strangeness and completely pretended not to see it. These ancient scrolls were called Yin Yang Divine Art, Dragon Form Divine Art, Violent Sand Trembling Art, Demon Record, and Myriad Realms of Brahma. These Xian skills were all top-grade Xian skills, and among them, the Yin Yang Divine skill was definitely a godly-level Xian skills. It required the Yin Yang Divine body to be able to cultivate this Xian skills. Once it was mastered, its power would definitely be called as a heaven-defying existence. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that this Xian skills actually recorded the cultivation method of the 9 Sun-Burning Sky skill, and another cultivation method called the 9 Yin Divine Claw. The essence of the Yin Yang Divine skill was that cultivating both of them was the essence of the Yin Yang Divine skill. Cultivating it separately would greatly weaken its power. Ling Xiao really did not expect that the 9 Sun-Burning Sky skill was only half of the Yin Yang Divine skill. There was still the other half of the Yin Yang Divine skill that could be considered as the perfect Xian skills. However, Ling Xiao knew that to find a physique with both Yin and Yang was undoubtedly as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was a perfect physique that could compete with the chaotic divine body. Ling Xiao had a body of 5 attributes, but he was not fated to cultivate the Yin Yang Divine skill. The other book, the Dragon Elephant Divine skill, was a rare non-attribute Xian skills. It was a powerful Xian skill that could be cultivated by people of any attribute. Once it was mastered, there would be a dragon-elephant wild dance that could shake the heaven and earth. However, there was a limit to cultivating this divine art. One had to possess the blood essence of the dracophant in order to comprehend its mysteries. Otherwise, one would only be able to grasp the form and would be unable to unleash its true power. Ling Xiao was interested in the Xian skills. However, he felt that it was pointless if it required the dragon-elephant blood essence. He himself already possessed the pure dragon blood. If he were to obtain the dragon-elephant blood essence, it would undoubtedly cause his Xian skills to become unnatural. Ling Xiao immediately dispelled this thought. The earth-shaking sand skill was an earth attribute Xian skill. According to legend, it was a supreme Xian skill left behind by a sand region deity in the ancient times. It was a powerful Xian skill that could control the mountains and sand. As long as one was in the desert, those who used the earth-shaking sand skill would be invincible among those of the same level. Even killing people of a higher level would be a piece of cake. As for the heavenly demon record, it was a dark attribute Xian skill. There was a total of 24 books. Each book contained an unfathomable power. Once mastered, there would be a terrifying godly power like the appearance of a heavenly demon. The last book, The Myriad Realms of Polo, was not an offensive Xian skill. Instead, it was a secret Xian skill that could set up illusions. It was a Xian skill that could be cultivated by anyone. Of course, there was a prerequisite. That was, one must have enough mental strength to cultivate it to mastery. It was not something that could be cultivated by just anyone. This was definitely an ancient Xian skill. The peerless experts who could set up illusions had long gone extinct. Finding this type of Xian skill was undoubtedly more difficult than finding a Xian skill. Ling Xiao did not expect the Holy Yang sect to have such a Xian skill. No wonder the Holy Yang sect's ruins were filled with all kinds of illusions. The biggest use of illusions was that they could confuse anyone's vision and cause them to see different scenes. They could also cause those who were not mentally strong to have all kinds of unrealistic or extravagant illusions, thus achieving the effect of trapping others. The powerful illusions could even trap people to death and torture them to death. Everyone could imagine how powerful they were. Out of all the Xian skills, only the myriad realms of Polo made Ling Xiao ecstatic. He had personally experienced the strange power of the illusions. If he could also set up illusions, he would be able to trap and kill even the strongest opponent alive. Ling Xiao asked Shahu to translate all the mnemonics in the myriad realms of Polo. Then, he continued to comprehend and cultivate the mnemonics as he hurried back. At this time, he summoned the dragon horse again and slowed down his speed so that he would have enough time to learn the Xian skill as soon as possible. At this time, Yuro Fei's mind was in a mess. She already knew that Ling Xiao had the mnemonics for the Xian skill that she had been yearning for a long time, but Ling Xiao suddenly gave her the cold shoulder and stopped talking to her. This made her feel extremely depressed. She was a woman who liked to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. Otherwise, she would not have cultivated her strength to the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Previously, she had also been under the Holy Yang sect's secret chamber and knew that the Xian skill she wanted was very likely to be kept there. She had thought that with her strength, it would not be a problem for her to break in directly. However, she had also suffered a great loss in the fist intense space, leaving her helpless. Now, she did not expect Ling Xiao to not only break the Holy Yang sect's Xian skill but also enter the fist intense space to obtain the supreme divine skill. This made her go crazy with jealousy. She had thought that when Ling Xiao came to please her again, she would take the opportunity to ask him for the Xian skill and see if she could achieve her goal by sacrificing a bit of her body. However, Ling Xiao suddenly gave her the cold shoulder, which made her feel at a loss. There were a few times when she wanted to take the initiative to speak, but she could not let go of her woman's modesty and swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Ling Xiao did not have time to care about Yuro Fei's thoughts. He wholeheartedly tried to comprehend the myriad realms of Polo. Ling Xiao understood that the Xian skill was actually somewhat similar to a cloth shackle. It was just that one still needed to inject mental energy into it, and the power and essence qi would combine, making it difficult for one to concentrate when facing the Xian skill and produce all kinds of illusions. The Xian skill was divided into different levels. The level 1 Xian skill was the most common illusion, which made people confused and see some visual scenes that were different from reality. It was effective for those with weak minds, but for those with extremely strong minds, it was not enough. The level 2 Xian skill could create all kinds of different illusions. Even those with weak minds would see different visual sensations, as if they were in the same place, causing people to lose their sense of direction and find it difficult to find their goal. The level 3 Xian skill was more terrifying. The illusions created were simply difficult to distinguish between real and fake. If one could not find the eye of illusion or a special secret technique to break the Xian skill, only death awaited. Ling Xiao had already reached the saint level, and his mental energy was unparalleled. As long as he practiced the use of his strength and mental energy, he could set up the eye of illusion anywhere and create an Xian skill. He had a unique advantage, and his cultivation speed was many times faster than that of others. He only spent half a month to learn the level 1 Xian skill. He used Shahu as a training target, but the effects were not reflected. After all, Shahu was a peak stage mystic the arch, and his mind was much tougher than ordinary martial artists. However, this level 1 Xian skill was of little use to Ling Xiao as it had a similar effect as his elementary spiritual incantation. Only the Xian skill that was level 2 and above was worthy of Ling Xiao's attention. Ling Xiao was immersed in the Xian skill and did not know how long he had been cultivating. Yuro Fei finally couldn't help but interrupt Ling Xiao's meditation. "Are you really bringing me to Middle-earth?" Yuro Fei didn't know what to talk about and just casually asked. Ling Xiao responded indifferently, "That's right." He then closed his eyes and didn't say another word. This made Yuro Fei extremely gloomy. She thought to herself, could he have lost interest in me so quickly? Ling Xiao was delighted. It seems like this girl can't hold back GMO anymore. This empress will see how long you can last. Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't be too accommodating to women, or else she wouldn't know how to cherish him. Not only was it effective on men, but sometimes, men were also effective on women. "I have something to discuss with you." Yuro Fei hesitated for a moment but still decided to go straight to the point with Ling Xiao. "Speak, I'm listening." Ling Xiao was unmoved. If you're willing to impart the dragon form divine art's secret manual to me, I'm willing to accompany you once. Yuro Fei said with a red face. Even though she wasn't a young girl anymore, this was the first time she had said something so bashful. The reason why she had made this deal was because she knew that Ling Xiao could take her body any time he wanted and she wouldn't be able to resist. Thus, she might as well use her body to exchange for the divine art that he wanted first. In any case, she hadn't tasted what it was like to be a real woman. The man in front of her was young and handsome, so he should be able to accept her first time. Chapter 986. Ling Xiao stared blankly at this beautiful woman who was like a temptress. Looking at her blushing appearance, the feeling of his heart palpitating involuntarily arose. He thought that this woman would first say some simple conditions to show him her determination, but he did not expect the other party to be so direct, leaving him at a loss. If Ling Xiao was still a beginner, hearing this woman say such words, he could not wait to immediately press this woman to the ground. However, the realm he was pursuing now was different. What he liked was the feeling of being in perfect harmony with each other, rather than a physical transaction. Seeing that Yuro Fei was willing to compromise with him for the divine exercise, it must be said that this woman had already prepared for the worst. She had already recognized that if she fell into his hands, sooner or later she would become his food, so it was better to exchange her for some benefits. Yuro Fei was very confident in her appearance. She believed that as long as she beckoned with her finger, many men would come over one after another. Not to mention that she had said it so openly, she believed that the man in front of her would not refuse her request. Indeed, Ling Xiao did not refuse her request, and threw the dragon form divine exercise towards Yuro Fei. Yuro Fei happily received the dragon form divine exercise, and her charming face finally revealed a smile for the first time in these past days. This smile could be said to be charming to all living beings, and was definitely a calamity-level existence. Ling Xiao could not help but be a little dazed looking at it. "Come, I'm yours." Yuro Fei raised her tender neck, and said with a resigned look. Her body trembled slightly, and it was obvious that she was not prepared, and her heart was very nervous. Ling Xiao leaned over to her side, looking at the seductive face, sexy and full figure, and smelling that intoxicating fragrance. A wave of heat quickly rose up. He pinched her chin and lightly said, "If I wanted you, would I wait until today? I not only want your body, but also your heart." Finished speaking, Ling Xiao let go of her and continued to cultivate the Brahma myriad realms. It was true that Ling Xiao liked beautiful women, but he felt that he was a very loving man. He would never have a relationship with a random woman for no reason. Yuro Fei didn't expect Ling Xiao to reject her offer. She was glad, but at the same time, she felt a little uncomfortable. She thought to herself, "Since you're so tactful, I'll spare your life if I can get out of here one day." Then, she began to read through the dragon form divine technique's incantation, trying to memorize it. She then returned the ancient scroll to Ling Xiao. Seeing how tactful she was, Ling Xiao gave her what he thought was his most handsome smile and continued to cultivate. Yuro Fei had been thinking about how to escape. Her body had been in a weak state since she couldn't circulate her energy to heal herself. Even if she obtained the dragon form divine art, she couldn't cultivate it immediately, let alone escape. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Yuro Fei's body was getting worse and worse, and her complexion was getting paler and paler. She looked pitiful. Ling Xiao almost couldn't help but remove the seal on her. Fortunately, Ling Xiao dispelled this thought in time. After all, the bodies of those who had reached the saint level had been reforged, and their life force was very strong. This was especially true for a young peak saint like Yuro Fei. Even if she was injured and her power was sealed, she would still have the ability to heal herself, and would definitely not get worse. Ling Xiao knew that this woman was pretending, and he almost fell into her trap. "Since you want to pretend, I'll let you pretend," Ling Xiao said in his heart with a playful smile. He took advantage of Yuro Fei's inattentiveness to quietly set up an illusion around her. This was an illusion that reached straight into one's heart. It could allow a person to naturally fall into their own emotional world, allowing them to see their past happy and unhappy lives. Yuro Fei had been traveling with Ling Xiao for the past few days, and had long let down her guard. She was definitely being suppressed by Ling Xiao and had no chance to escape, so her state of mind was extremely relaxed. She had unknowingly entered the illusion. She saw herself being born into a commoner's family when she was young. She had parents, brothers and sisters, and a family of 7 lived a very happy life. However, one day, a group of horse bandits broke into their house and robbed all the valuable things in their house. They even killed her family, and even her mother and sister were humiliated to death. She burst into tears in despair. Just as she was about to become a dead soul under the horse bandit's blade, she was saved by a person. Not only did that person give her food and water, he even taught her profound skills, allowing her to become a powerful warrior. She was grateful to this man, and at the same time, buried her hatred deeply, hoping that one day, she could kill all those horse bandits with her own hands to take revenge for her family. After following that man, other than sleeping and eating, she spent her time cultivating. She displayed a powerful tenbin, and her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. When she reached adulthood, she already had the ability to kill all those horse bandits. She took revenge, and that man also told her his identity. He was actually the leader of the Holy Yin cult, and she was conferred the title of Holy Maiden from there. She was bewitched by the illusion. She saw a happy childhood, smiling very brightly and happily, but when her family was killed by the horse bandits, she was like a helpless and pitiful woman, crying so heart-wrenchingly, so despairing. Ling Xiao didn't expect this strong woman to have such a sad past. Looking at her helpless and despairing expression, he felt very guilty in his heart. Ling Xiao withdrew the illusion and walked over to the crying woman, holding her in his arms. He gently carried her on his back, giving her the most silent care. He was hugging her now, without the slightest bit of desire. "Godfather, is that you? Don't leave me, okay? Father and mother are already gone. I don't want to lose you too. Why do you have to go to Tianyu realm? Is it not good to stay here? I will accompany you for the rest of my life." The illusion disappeared, but Yuro Fei was still immersed in it. She thought that Ling Xiao was the man who saved her and raised her, so she kept begging him. She cried until her tears dried up, but it seemed that she couldn't finish her words. Finally, she directly fainted in Ling Xiao's arms. Now, in his eyes, she was no longer a peerless strong woman, but a weak woman who needed people to comfort and care. Ling Xiao just hugged her like this and didn't do anything. He just sat like this for one day and one night. In fact, Yuro Fei had already woken up. She also knew that the person who was hugging her was not her godfather, but the man who took her to Middle-earth. She originally thought that she would be defiled, but when she realized that her clothes were still very intact, and there was nothing wrong with her body, she relaxed. It was rare for her to let loose, and it was rare for her to tear off that mask of strength, so she might as well sleep in this man's arms for a while longer. She realized that she had a good impression of this man. His broad chest was a bit like her godfather's back then. If Ling Xiao knew what she was thinking, he was afraid that he would want to cry but have no tears. He was one of the 5 good and pure young men of the new era, so how did he become a rotten old man? After this hug, there was a subtle change between the two of them. Ling Xiao also didn't deliberately give her the cold shoulder, and she also didn't give him a hard time. It was as if they had suddenly changed from strangers to ordinary friends, and their relationship could be said to have improved greatly. On this day, Ling Xiao casually asked Yuro Fei, "Do you really want to cultivate the dragon form power technique?" Yuro Fei subconsciously nodded her head and said, "Yes, the dragon form power technique is suitable for me to cultivate. If I successfully cultivate it, I can cooperate with my white elephant to attack, and its power will multiply." But you know, your white elephant is not a dragon elephant. You only have the blood of an elephant. Without the blood of a dragon, you can't learn it either. Ling Xiao said, "We can think of another way. If it really doesn't work, we can use the flood dragon's blood instead, or you can take some dragon horse's blood and let me refine it. Maybe it will have the same effect." Yuro Fei's gaze fell on the dragon horse. The dragon horse on the other side hissed a few times in disdain to show its dissatisfaction and resistance. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that the blood of the dragon horse and the white elephant will make you cultivate to an indescribable state." Suddenly, he bit his finger and forced out a bit of blood essence. A miniature version of the peerless true dragon actually appeared in his mind. Yuro Fei felt the fluctuations of the blood essence, and her beautiful eyes stared at the lifelike miniature version of the peerless true dragon. She couldn't help but exclaim softly, "You're not human." As soon as she finished her words, Ling Xiao fell into the sand with a bang. "I was just joking," Yuro Fei said with an embarrassed expression. Ling Xiao crawled up with a defeated look on his face. He was indeed no longer a human, nor a dragon's body. "Little horse, this is yours." Ling Xiao threw the drop of dragon blood in his hand towards the dragon horse. The dragon horse was overjoyed. It opened its mouth and immediately welcomed it. After the dragon horse swallowed Ling Xiao's blood essence, it instantly burst forth with a powerful aura. Waves of dazzling light flickered incessantly, and the dragon scales on its body became denser and thicker. Its majestic body also became a bit stronger. After half a day, the dragon horse had become even more powerful and its strength had increased by another level. It couldn't help but roar a few times towards the sky. Then, it came in front of Ling Xiao and licked Ling Xiao's arm. "Thank you for your reward, Your Highness." Ling Xiao patted the horse's head and told it to go play at the side. "It's up to you whether you want it or not. My blood essence is very precious." Ling Xiao spread out his hands towards the dazed Yuro Fei. "Can you really help me?" Yuro Fei asked in disbelief. "If you can accompany me to the heavenly region, I will help you," Ling Xiao said casually. "Are you serious?" Yuro Fei exclaimed. "Of course, it's true. However, you can't lie to an honest person like me." Ling Xiao nodded seriously. "Alright, I promise you. I definitely won't lie to you," Yuro Fei replied happily. Chapter 987. In fact, when Ling Xiao heard Yuro Fei's tearful complaints, he knew that there was a man's shadow in this woman's heart, and that man had already left for the heaven domain. If that man was her lover, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't have made such a request. Fortunately, that man was her adoptive father, an old man, so Ling Xiao said such a thing. In any case, he was going to the heaven domain, so he could bring her along with him. Whether or not he could accompany her to find her adoptive father was another matter, but the most important thing was to cultivate a relationship with her and explore the most beautiful dream in life. Yuro Fei naturally didn't know Ling Xiao's true intentions. She only thought that Ling Xiao wanted to go to the heaven domain and wanted to pull her along as a helper. After all, her strength was much stronger than his. "Good, I hope you don't go back on your word," Ling Xiao nodded, then said, "I can heal your injuries and unseal your strength, but I can't give you your space ring for the time being. If you are really willing to go with me, I will return it to you in the future." If you choose to return to the Holy In religion, I won't stop you, but I will confiscate your space ring. Recently, Ling Xiao and Yuro Fei had undergone some subtle changes, and the relationship between the two could be said to have rapidly warmed up. However, it was impossible for them to immediately change from enemies to partners. That was unrealistic. Since Ling Xiao had already begun to change her, he felt that she should also hate that kind of life, so proposing to go to the heaven domain with her was the best way to open up her heart. Hearing Ling Xiao say this, Yuro Fei's jade lips parted slightly, a look of disbelief appearing in her beautiful eyes. Taking advantage of this moment, Ling Xiao casually popped a pill into her mouth. Then he summoned Sha Tian and had him unseal her strength. After being unsealed, Yuro Fei couldn't help but cry out a few times in joy. She had been feeling rather aggrieved during this period of time, and the feeling of regaining her strength was always the best. Why are you doing this? Are you really not afraid that I will leave? Yuro Fei looked at Ling Xiao and asked seriously. I've thought it through. A melon that's forcefully picked won't be sweet. If you really want to leave, it's up to you. Anyway, I don't like to force others. Besides, I believe that you'll stay. Ling Xiao said indifferently. In fact, he was crying in his heart. Don't go. If you really leave, where can I find another woman of such high quality? A charming smile appeared on Yuro Fei's face as she said, You're quite confident, but you've guessed correctly. If you're willing to come with me to the heavenly realm, perhaps we can even become friends. Yeah, I said I'll go with you, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Do you still want to practice the dragon-elephant divine art? Of course I do. But once I master it, my strength will rise to another level. At that time, even the person beside you might not be my opponent. Aren't you afraid? Yuro Fei said seductively as she lightly tapped her jade lips with her finger. Ha, if I can capture you once, I can capture you a second time. Besides, without that mirror, I don't think that you can deal with me, Ling Xiao said calmly with a smile. Yuro Fei's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. She hadn't expected Ling Xiao to be so confident. However, when she thought of the scene when she had captured him, she felt a chill run down her spine. All right, you win. We're friends now. You gave me the dragon blood, so I owe you a favor. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Yuro Fei said. I only have one request, Ling Xiao said. What is it? Yuro Fei asked doubtfully. You want to be my woman? Ling Xiao stared at her with a domineering aura. Haha, if you can make me feel something for you one day, I don't think I'll mind. Yuro Fei said with a faint smile. She no longer minded Ling Xiao's flippant words. Instead, she felt that she was especially happy when he did it once in a while. She had held a high position for many years and had always worked for the Holy Church. But after her foster father had gone to the heaven domain and never returned, she had never been happy. All she knew was to cultivate in seclusion all day. Previously, Ling Xiao had used an illusion to evoke her worries, which had allowed her to see through her state of mind. She wanted to get rid of her current situation and do what she had always wanted to do. Because of this, her mood had relaxed. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything else. He forced out another drop of blood essence and gave it to Yuro Fei. He also conveniently returned her spirit beast wristband. With the dragon blood, he could take the elephant blood from the silver giant elephant and mix it together to form the dragon elephant blood essence. At that time, he would naturally be able to cultivate the dragon form power. The power of the dragon form power was known for being strong and domineering. She, as a woman, had mastered it, so when she used it, it would definitely have a different flavor. Yuro Fei regained her freedom and kept her promise and didn't leave. After she integrated the two types of blood essence, she began to sit on the silver giant elephant to comprehend the dragon form power. As for Ling Xiao, he sat on the dragon horse and continued to fiddle with the illusion. The two of them cultivated separately and very calmly walked through more than half of the desert. The hot sun and dry air didn't have much effect on the two saints. On the contrary, the evil demonic heavenly fire pearl in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness was always greedily absorbing the strong fire attribute energy to strengthen its energy. Because of this, Ling Xiao also benefited a lot. The 3 foreign objects in his sea of consciousness were always the biggest guarantee that he could advance quickly. Otherwise, how could he have become a saint so quickly? In the blink of an eye, another half a year passed. Ling Xiao had already returned to the other side of the desert with Yuro Fei. Over the past few days, Ling Xiao had more or less mastered the second-level illusion. With his current means, the illusion that he set up could even trap a saint. He often used it to let Yuro Fei feel its power, and even she almost fell for it. If she didn't know that this was an illusion that Ling Xiao had cast, she probably wouldn't have been so calm when facing it. At the same time, Yuro Fei had also succeeded in cultivating the dragon and elephant divine technique, and the might she displayed could be said to be world-shaking. When she executed her moves, the image of a dragon and elephant would be able to turn almost anything within a radius of 10,000 li into nothingness. She asked Ling Xiao to let Sha Tian be her opponent to practice with, and Ling Xiao fulfilled her request. The two of them fought until the sky was dark, and it seemed as if the world was turning upside down. Ling Xiao watched the battle from the side. He had no choice but to use all his strength to defend himself and retreat as far as possible to avoid being affected. After a round of battle, Yuro Fei was actually able to fight to a draw with Sha Tian, which surprised Ling Xiao. It should be known that her strength seemed to be on par with Sha Tian, but in terms of battle strength, she should be inferior to Sha Tian. After all, Sha Tian was a top-notch existence in the central region, and he had the ability to fight above his level. Almost every move of his had reached the realm of unity of man and heaven, and his assassination methods were even more astonishing. After cultivating the dragon form power, Yuro Fei was actually able to fight to a draw with him. The power of this divine technique was self-evident. However, even though they were strong, Ling Xiao felt that once he reached the same level as them, he would still be able to trample them under his feet. Yuro Fei also understood how terrifying Sha Tian was because of this. If she didn't have the static mirror at that time, it would have been difficult for her to win against him. At the same time, she was also more and more curious about Ling Xiao. He actually had such a powerful guard with him at all times, she really didn't know what kind of power he was from. She had asked Ling Xiao about his identity, and Ling Xiao had also told her directly that he was a palace master of a great power, and that Sha Tian was just one of his subordinates. Yuro Fei was skeptical. She felt that even if Ling Xiao was a palace master, he must have inherited his position. Otherwise, why would such a powerful person like him submit to someone else? She didn't think too deeply about this. She took advantage of her free time to learn the common language from Ling Xiao. For experts like them, their memory was almost unforgettable, so it was naturally quite easy for them to learn. It was just that their pronunciation was still a bit imperfect. After crossing the desert, they returned to the nearest sandrock city. Ling Xiao hadn't taken a bath for a long time, so he wanted to find a good inn to wash up and then have a good sleep. However, before he even reached the hotel, someone came looking for trouble. "Please wait." A group of city guards caught up with Ling Xiao and Yuro Fei and called out. Ling Xiao looked at the dozens of city guards and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" "It's like this. Our young master wants to invite this young lady to the fragrant intoxicated brothel for a drink. I wonder if you would do us the honor." The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with the strength of a heavenly venerable. His tone revealed a tone that could not be refused. His gaze, like the other city guards, was completely focused on Yuro Fei, completely ignoring the handsome man Ling Xiao. "We don't know your young master. It's best for you to get out of the way. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble." Ling Xiao didn't get angry because he was ignored. "Hee, this friend, you might not know this, but our young master's father is the city lord here. Everyone who comes here has to give our young master some face." The heavenly venerable sneered. "All right, since your young master is in such an elegant mood, I'll give him this face first," Ling Xiao said weakly. The heavenly venerable made a gesture of invitation and led the way. Ling Xiao and Yuro Fei arrived at the most luxurious restaurant in front of them. The second floor had already been cleared. There was only an elegant Confucian young master sitting there with a few guards standing majestically beside him. When Ling Xiao and Yuro Fei just stepped into the restaurant, the Confucian young master's eyes began to shine. He stared at Yuro Fei without blinking and thought to himself, what a peerless beauty. When Ling Xiao saw his pig-like appearance, he knew that it was another guy with sperm in his brain. This kind of thing was not uncommon when he took his woman out on a trip. Young master, the young lady has arrived. The heavenly venerable who led the way respectfully said in front of the Confucian young master. Ha, good. Immediately have someone serve wine and dishes. I want to drink and chat with this beauty. The Confucian young master said happily. Just as the man was about to leave, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and said, this young master doesn't seem to welcome me. Why don't you arrange a place for me to rest first? The Confucian young master looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. His eyes revealed a satisfied look and he said, good. Since this brother is tactful, I'll immediately have someone arrange a place for you to rest. I'll also have a few beauties help you relax your bones. Chapter 988. The Fragrant Drunken House was the most luxurious restaurant in Sandrock City. In addition to food and drinks, there was also a place to rest, and they could also provide erotic services. Ling Xiao, of course, had no interest in the so-called erotic services. He just wanted to wash off all the sand and dust on his body. However, the Celestial Master still sent 2 pure maidservants to help Ling Xiao take a bath and change his clothes. Little brother, you are very tactful. If my young master is happy, he will definitely reward you handsomely. Before the Celestial Master left, he did not forget to pat Ling Xiao's shoulder with a smile. In his heart, he despised Ling Xiao for being a coward who did not even resist and directly gave away such a beautiful woman. But then again, he knew his young master's temper. If he dared to refuse, this young man would definitely not walk out of the restaurant alive. Therefore, he felt that Ling Xiao's choice was very wise. After the Celestial Master left, Ling Xiao was about to take a bath and change his clothes. He sneered in his heart, is my woman someone you can casually touch? What kind of strength did Yuro Fei have that a mere city lord's son dared to have designs on her? Wasn't he tired of living? Ling Xiao did not need to think to know the so-called young master's fate. He only hoped that Yuro Fei would not make such a big move. If she destroyed the restaurant, where would he find a bath? The 2 maidservants who followed Ling Xiao into the room looked at Ling Xiao's handsome face and dignified figure. Their hearts beat faster, and their faces became rosy. They had served many customers, but it was the first time they had seen such a graceful man. They were dizzy. You can leave now. Ling Xiao turned to the 2 maidservants and said. The 2 maidservants felt wronged. Did this handsome man dislike them? Seeing their tearful eyes, Ling Xiao was a little defeated and explained, I am just not used to being served by others. You can leave now. Then, Ling Xiao gave them some Xian crystals as tips. No matter what, he was an ambitious and ruthless person, so he couldn't be stingy. After the 2 women left, Ling Xiao lay comfortably in the bucket, enjoying the refreshing and clean feeling that was hard to come by. After spending more than 2 years in the desert, he still felt that the air in the central region was much more comfortable. In his days, Ling Xiao seemed to gradually fall asleep. Not long after, a beautiful figure entered his room. She did not avoid Ling Xiao's naked body and directly sat down on the edge of the bed to rest. Who else could it be other than Yuro Fei? For nearly a year, she had been with Ling Xiao day and night. Even if they did not become cultivation companions, they understood each other and there was nothing to hide. I thought you would be able to solve it soon? Ling Xiao, who was nestled in the bucket with his eyes closed, said faintly. This is my first time coming to the central region. Of course, I have to learn about the local customs and customs here. They are really hospitable. Yuro Fei opened her red lips and said lightly, with such a beautiful appearance, it is inevitable that you will provoke some guys with sperm for brains. It seems that you should wear a veil when you leave. It will save you a lot of trouble. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Do you think it is useful for me to wear a veil? Yuro Fei asked. Forget what I said. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Indeed, for a woman like Yuro Fei, even if she wore a veil, her mature and perfect figure still possessed a fatal allure. Moreover, after wearing a veil, it would instead arouse the curiosity of others, making them want to remove it and see her true appearance. Therefore, Yuro Fei asked Ling Xiao this question. At this moment, a commotion could be heard from the outside. What will come will come. I haven't soaked enough. What a disappointment. Ling Xiao sighed and instantly jumped out of the bucket. A white robe instantly covered his body. Yuro Fei's face was a little drunk and she turned to the side. She was not afraid to look at Ling Xiao's upper body, but she was afraid to look at Ling Xiao's lower body. Who asked her to be an inexperienced woman? When Ling Xiao had just put on his clothes, a dozen people immediately rushed in from the door. Damn you, you bastards! You actually killed our young master. How dare you! Capture them and send them back to the city lord. The leading celestial master shouted angrily. Wait, don't you know that I hate being disturbed when I'm bathing? Ling Xiao shouted. His voice was mixed with a strong dragon's might, which deterred the people present. Damn it, we're here to capture you. We don't care if you're bathing or not. The celestial master was stunned for a moment and then cursed. Then he stretched out a hand to grab Ling Xiao. But when his hand was about to grab Ling Xiao, he suddenly saw that the person standing in front of him was not Ling Xiao, but someone else, and this person was his wife. Why is it my wife? Why are you here? The celestial master had to immediately withdraw his hand and asked in surprise. I also wanted to ask you. I said that you came out with the young master to handle some matters today. I didn't expect you to come out to drink wine. You're courting death. His wife put her hands on her waist and scolded him angrily. I was accompanying the young master, but he was killed. I was just about to catch the murderer and bring him back to the city lord. The celestial master replied. Bullshit. Look at who he is. The young master is clearly alive and well. How could you curse the young master like this? Hurry up and apologize to the young master, or we'll all die. Shouted his wife as she pointed in a certain direction. The celestial master looked in that direction, and his expression stiffened. He saw his young master happily drinking wine with a beautiful woman in his arms. His face immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and he begged in the direction of his young master. Young master, I'm sorry I didn't mean to curse you, just now I clearly. While the celestial master was panicking and begging for mercy, the city guards who had followed him in all knelt on the ground and wailed incessantly, as if they had seen someone who terrified them. Let's go, they're just lackeys who work for someone else. Killing them will only dirty our hands. Ling Xiao said to Yuro Fei. Yuro Fei nodded slightly and left with Ling Xiao. Needless to say, this group of people must have fallen into the illusion that Ling Xiao had set up. Otherwise, how could they have ended up like this? Ling Xiao was only testing their strength, and he was quite satisfied with the effect. In the future, if he didn't like anyone, he would immediately set up an illusion and torture them to death. He was glad that he had gained a lot in the past 2 years in the desert. When are we going to the heaven realm? Yuro Fei immediately asked Ling Xiao after leaving the Sandstone City. I also want to go as soon as possible, but this matter needs to be considered in the long term. There are some things that I have to deal with before I go. Ling Xiao replied. How long will it take? If it's too long, I'll go by myself. Yuro Fei said. From her tone, it seemed that she was really eager to go to the heaven realm to find her adoptive father. Moreover, she had already cast aside the position of the deputy leader of the Holy Yin religion. Don't worry, I won't let you wait for too long. Ling Xiao replied. Ling Xiao didn't delay on the way, and immediately returned to the proud smiling palace with Yuro Fei. After he dealt with the future affairs in the palace, it would be time for him to leave for the heaven realm. He was just considering whether he should bring his own people with him, and he was quite conflicted. After all, that was a place where there were many powerful experts. If he was not careful, he would be killed. He was afraid that bringing them with him would harm them. After returning to the proud smiling palace, Yuro Fei finally confirmed that Ling Xiao was really a palace master, and the power in his palace was not weak. Although it was slightly weaker than their Holy Yin religion, the difference was not big. Looking at Ling Xiao's beautiful wives, she couldn't help but feel that she looked old. Ling Xiao asked Bai Yushi to entertain Yuro Fei and let her know some of the situation in the central region. He believed that with Bai Yushi's delicate and lovely appearance, anyone would be unable to resist getting close to her. However, Ling Xiao brought back Yuro Fei, which immediately caused the women to be dissatisfied. He had already said that he would not add more sisters to them, and now he brought back such a beautiful woman. He was really deceiving them. Ling Xiao immediately swore in front of them that he really had nothing to do with Yuro Fei, and only said that she wanted to see the scenery of the central region. Moreover, she was at the peak of the saint level, so how could she take a fancy to him? Ling Xiao swore that he really had nothing to do with her before this, but he didn't know whether there would be any relationship in the future. No matter what, the women still decided to punish Ling Xiao, who asked him to bring back such a seductive woman, which made them feel a lot of pressure. Therefore, for a month Ling Xiao had been squeezed dry by the women, and he almost died from ejaculation. When he walked out of the backyard, the peerless saint-level expert felt that his legs were weak. I realized that having too many wives is also a very serious problem. Ling Xiao came to a very important conclusion. Ling Xiao gathered all the elders for a meeting and listened to the reports from all sides. Now that the proud smiling palace had dominated a region and was on par with the martial spirit pavilion, its foundation had to be gradually improved and strengthened. Ling Xiao would wipe out all the vermin who used the palace of the proud smiling palace to do whatever they wanted. He would never be soft-hearted. In fact, Ling Xiao also knew that he was a hands-off boss. Everything here was managed by Xian Yao, and he felt that Xian Yao deserved to be the palace lord. When everyone left, Ling Xiao directly said to Xian Yao, "Fraud, how about I give the position of palace lord to you?" Xian Yao revealed a look of panic. Xian Yao is absolutely loyal to the palace lord. Being in the king's company was like being in the company of a tiger. He really thought that Ling Xiao was suspicious of him. If that was the case, he wouldn't have a good ending. "Fraud, you and I may be superior and subordinate, but I have always regarded you as my own brother. How could I doubt your feelings for me?" Ling Xiao patted Xian Yao's shoulder. He paused for a moment, then continued, "Since the construction of this palace, you can say that half of the credit for this place belongs to you. If I don't pass it on to you, I don't know who to give it to." "Palace Lord, are you leaving?" Xian Yao immediately understood what Ling Xiao meant. Chapter 989. It was no secret that Ling Xiao yearned for the heaven realm, and everyone around him knew about it. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Xian Yao immediately guessed what Ling Xiao was thinking. Ling Xiao was not afraid to admit it and immediately nodded. "That's right, the palace has been stabilized, and our strength is not the same as before. I don't think there will be anyone who dares to provoke us anymore, and I can go to the heaven realm with peace of mind." "Yes, the palace master is a true dragon, so how can you be willing to stay here? The heaven realm is the world where you can travel. Moreover, the palace master has already become a saint, so there is no point in staying in the central region anymore." Xian Yao agreed, and then he said, "However, when I chose to follow the palace master, it was because I knew that one day you would soar into the sky, and I have been waiting for this day. I thought that it would take at least 1,000 years to reach that step, but I didn't expect that the palace master would be able to do it in less than half a century, which is unprecedented, and I hope that the palace master can take me with you to the heaven realm." "Fraud, you also want to go to the heaven realm?" Ling Xiao looked at Xian Yao in surprise. Xian Yao gently waved his white paper fan and replied seriously, "Palace master, you have great ambitions, and I also have my own ideas. My fortune is also in the heaven realm." "So that's how it is. Then the two of us brothers should go together, but Master said that the heaven realm is very dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death, so you must be mentally prepared." Ling Xiao said. These past few years, Xian Yao had been managing the proud smiling palace conscientiously, and Ling Xiao had seen everything, and Xian Yao had extraordinary divination skills, so bringing him along would not make Ling Xiao feel any pressure. "Life and death are determined by the heavens, and Palace Master, you are the future holy emperor with great luck. Only by following you can I live longer. Xian Yao laughed. When we leave, who will inherit the position of palace master? Ling Xiao asked Xian Yao. That's your business, palace master. It's not convenient for me to get involved. However, no matter who becomes the palace master, I hope that he or she can protect this foundation well. Xian Yao said. Ling Xiao sighed with his hands behind his back. Ling Tian is the same as me, only caring about his cultivation. He definitely won't be interested in the position of palace master. Xen Li has a pure wood attribute physique, and I don't wish for him to be affected by these trivial matters. He will be able to walk much further in the future, and Ling Yu is still too young. After pausing for a moment, he continued, why don't we let Yun Feng be the palace master? After all these years of tempering, he should be able to take on such a huge responsibility. I think it's better not to establish the position of palace master for the time being. Xian Yao replied after thinking for a while. Why do you say so? Ling Xiao asked. Firstly, our proud smiling palace has only been established for around 20 years. Although we have suppressed the other powers, our foundation isn't very stable. If you establish another palace master, it will be a little rushed, and the others in the palace will not be able to trust the new palace master. Secondly, it's not good for the palace master to leave the central region for the time being. After all, it can be said that the proud smiling palace only has today's achievements because of you. If others know that you have left, I'm afraid that the other powers will have designs on our proud smiling palace. Xian Yao said. Ling Xiao fell into deep thought. He was also trying to decipher Xian Yao's words. Indeed, if the news of him establishing another palace master and leaving the central region were to be spread out at the same time, the other powers that were secretly plotting against the proud smiling palace would definitely start to make a move. That's fine. Anyway, I haven't been in the palace for many years. As long as someone is in charge of the palace, it'll be fine. When the time comes, I'll arrange for someone else to supervise and see who is more suitable to be the palace master. Ling Xiao finally made up his mind. After making the decision, Ling Xiao went back to discuss with his women for a while and prepared to leave. When the women heard that Ling Xiao was going to the heaven region, they naturally followed him. They didn't want to be separated from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had always been like this, but this time, he had to harden his heart and let them stay in the central region to improve their strength. It wouldn't be too late to come back and take them there after he found his master in the heaven region. The women all burst into tears. They really couldn't bear to be separated from Ling Xiao. In the past, Ling Xiao would at most leave for a few years before coming back. For cultivators like them, it wasn't a long time. But it was different now. Ling Xiao was heading to the heaven region. According to legend, only saints could survive there, and the strife there was absolutely not something that others could imagine. Who knew when Ling Xiao would return? Even though they were very confident in Ling Xiao, this separation would probably not last for a few years. Perhaps it would last for a few decades or even a few centuries. What are all of you doing? It's not like I'm leaving forever. All those years ago, I came to the central region from the northwest while at the king rank, and I gained a foothold in the central region in less than 10 years. Now, over 20 years have passed, and no one has dared to challenge the dignity of my proud smiling palace. Just treat it as I'm going into closed-door cultivation. I'll definitely be able to gain a foothold in the heaven region in less than 100 years, and I'll bring all of you over. Now, the only thing all of you have to do is utilize the resources I left for all of you to speed up your cultivation and strive to improve your strengths as soon as possible. Otherwise, all of you will become old women once I return, and I'll really despise you. Ling Xiao gazed at the women that were crying in the courtyard as he spoke. How could he feel good in his heart? He'd allowed his beautiful wives to stay in the central region, yet he'd selfishly headed to the heaven region and abandoned them. He was truly not a qualified man. However, how could a man with ambition give up on the road of hegemony just because of the love of a woman? Sisters, don't cry. Feng Xianyun was the only one amongst all the women who hadn't shed tears. She spoke to all the women present here, and then she said, "Our strengths are falling further and further behind our husband. If we can attain the saint rank like him, then I believe he wouldn't mind taking us with him. With our current strengths, we'll only be burdens to him if he takes us with him. So, all we can do is do as he said, and we must cultivate even harder. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the qualifications to be his women when he returns 100 years from now. As soon as she finished speaking, the expressions of all the women present here dimmed down. They all knew that Feng Xianyun was right. With Ling Zhao's strength and character, there would only be more and more outstanding women around him in the future. If they could no longer improve, and Ling Zhao became stronger and stronger, then what qualifications would they have to call themselves Ling Zhao's women? Previously, Euro Fei's arrival had already made them feel a sense of danger. Such a peerless beauty was already a peak saint. If it was in the place where the heavenly domain saints gathered, would the women there be weaker than her? This was obviously not the answer. That's right, we can't drag our husband down. With our husband's ability, he might be able to return and bring us to the heaven region in less than 10 years. We have to believe in our husband, he has always been our pride. Kai Xiaoyu also said, "That's right, he has never disappointed us. We have to increase our strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he hooks up with other women in the heaven domain and we can't beat those women, we will be bullied to death. It's not like we can't live without our husband. All these years he hasn't been by our side either. In any case, there's still Grandma and you were to accompany us. Yes, but I want my husband to let me conceive a child for him before he leaves." All the girls were in high spirits as they said some self-comforting words. Ling Zhao didn't know what to say, so he hugged and kissed them one by one. "Let's sleep together tonight." Ling Zhao looked at them, took a deep breath, and said the words that he had been suppressing in his heart for many years. Just as he finished speaking, the faces of all the girls flushed red. They all lowered their heads and didn't dare to say anything else. Ling Zhao laughed dryly and said, "If you don't say it, I'll take it as your tacit agreement." He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had already found a 10-meter-long 10,000-year cold jade bed, just so that he could sleep with them. That night, Ling Zhao fulfilled the wish that he had held in his heart for many years and slept together with the girls. For several days and nights, they mingled together in private, reveling in the beauty of the spring night. That feeling was something that Ling Zhao would never forget for the rest of his life. The girls also knew that after parting ways with Ling Zhao, it would be a long time before they could meet again. Each and every one of them pushed Ling Zhao down again and again like wolves and tigers, doing their best to ride on his body. They used all of their skills to obtain the most satisfying and ecstatic feeling, inhaling the aura of this man that they were infatuated with. A few times of madness, a few times of indulgence. All of this had to come to an end. Ling Zhao dragged his weak legs to find his parents, clansmen, and master to explain everything. Meng Xiun was naturally reluctant to see Ling Zhao leave, but Ling Zhan scolded her from the side. "A man's ambition should be everywhere. My son is the reincarnation of a heavenly dragon and should soar above the 9 heavens. How can we stop his footsteps? We should be happy for him. One day, my son's name will definitely resound throughout the heaven domain." Ling Zhao heard his father's words and was deeply moved. As expected of a father, you understand your son's thoughts. After saying their goodbyes, Ling Zhao summoned his loyal subordinates. These people were, of course, Shen Yao, Yunfeng, Cruel Leopard, Mad Tooth, Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Poison Scorpion, Cold Snake, and the 8 generals. Ling Zhao drank with them for 3 days and 3 nights. He gave them a lot of medicinal pellets and spiritual materials, so that they could protect the palace of the proud Smiling Palace and prevent it from declining. When they heard that Ling Zhao wanted to go to the heaven domain, they all wanted to follow him, but they knew that they weren't strong enough, so they gave up on this idea. They were all reluctant to let Ling Zhao leave. Their current achievements were all thanks to Ling Zhao, so they were extremely loyal and respectful to Ling Zhao. Even if Ling Zhao told them to die, they wouldn't even bat an eyelid. "Boss, I won't be able to catch up to you in this lifetime, but I will continue to work hard in hopes that I can go to the heaven domain and conquer the world with you. I will take care of everything in the proud Smiling Palace for you." If anyone dares to disrespect the proud smiling palace or the sisters-in-law, they must ask me, Yunfeng. This was Yi Yunfeng's vow to Ling Xiao. Chapter 990. Senior brother, are you really not going to the heaven domain with me? Ling Xiao's voice rang out from the deepest part of the proud smiling palace. Han Kai, who was sitting opposite Ling Xiao, shook his head gently and said, I'm already an old bag of bones and I no longer have any desire to compete. I just want to see the medicine pavilion flourish and I will be satisfied. Indeed, with Han Kai's abilities, he could have gone to the heaven domain long ago. Why would he wait until now? This old man's greatest wish was to continue the medicine sect's legacy. Now that he had taken in his only disciple, all he wanted was to pass on all his pill refining techniques to him. That way, he would have nothing to worry about. Ling Xiao respected this respectable old man even more. He knew that after the battle with the Ouyang family, Han Kai's lifespan had decreased significantly and he did not have much time left. If he was unable to make any more breakthroughs, he did not know when he would be able to leave. Senior brother, let me refine a pill for you. Ling Xiao said earnestly. He had the alchemist god's inheritance and had all kinds of pill formulas, including many 8th grade pill formulas. One of them was the Holy Emperor pill, which could allow a peak saint to step into the Holy Emperor realm and also allow a Holy Emperor to reach the next level. It was a top-grade 8th grade holy pill. However, the ingredients needed to refine the Holy Emperor pill were all rare spirit herbs that could not be found in the central region. It was almost impossible for any 8th grade alchemist in the central region to refine it. However, Ling Xiao was different. He had the medicine cauldron. Now that he had reached the saint realm, he could enter the 4th level of the medicine cauldron. Not only did he obtain another part of the alchemist god's inheritance, but he also had all kinds of top-grade spirit herbs planted there. Although Ling Xiao could not take them out and use them directly, he could use spirit herbs of other grades to trade. When Ling Xiao was in the desolate mountain range and under the Dragon Palace, he had collected a lot of high-grade fays. Ling Xiao had only used a small portion of those fays, and there were still some that he had not used. He could use them to exchange for the spiritual herbs needed for the Holy Emperor elixir. Han Kai didn't know the secret of Ling Xiao's medicine cauldron. He only knew that Ling Xiao had a heaven-grade medicine cauldron in his possession. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could refine the pill he needed. After all, he had stepped into the 8th grade Saint Master realm earlier than Ling Xiao. He had once collected high-level spirit herbs for many years, but was still unable to gather them all. However, Ling Xiao had already created many miracles, so he didn't mind watching. A few days later, in a mountain not far away from the palace of the proud smiling sect, a series of meteors fell from the sky like meteors. The mountains within 10,000 miles were destroyed by the meteors and turned into a sea of fire. All the forests were burned to ashes. Boom boom boom. The terrifying might of the heavens and the terrifying power of a saint's attack completely destroyed the entire mountain range. The people of the proud smiling palace and the mercenaries in the mountain range nearby were all scared out of their wits. The spirit beasts were also scared out of their wits. This phenomenon lasted for half a day before it stopped. A figure slowly walked out of the sea of fire. He was in an extremely sorry state. All his clothes were burnt and tattered. Even his hair was messy and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. A top-grade Saint pill is really terrifying. The man sighed in relief. This person was obviously Ling Xiao, who had just finished refining the pill. He was glad that he didn't refine the pill inside the palace gate. Otherwise, the space barrier inside the palace gate would have been completely destroyed by the meteors. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that you were actually an alchemist saint. A beautiful figure greeted Ling Xiao. This beautiful figure was none other than Yuro Fei. She had been staying in the proud smiling palace these days and learned a lot about Ling Xiao from Bayushi. When she heard how Ling Xiao had climbed step by step from a weak Xian Qi practitioner to his current strength of a saint, she couldn't help but feel deep respect for Ling Xiao. She now knew that Ling Xiao was only about 50 years old. He didn't have any forces to rely on. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could achieve by relying on his own fists. Moreover, he also had a noble identity as an alchemist saint. This made Yuro Fei feel that Ling Zhao's tenbin was a bit too monstrous. Back then, when her foster father saved her, her physique was also different from ordinary people. Her cultivation speed was very fast. However, compared to Ling Xiao, she found that the physique that she was so proud of couldn't arouse any sense of pride in front of Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao was an alchemist saint. Looking at Ling Xiao, who was in a difficult situation now, Yuro Fei didn't have the intention to look down on Ling Xiao anymore. Instead, she regarded him as someone with the same strength as her. It should be known that in their Holy In cult, the alchemist saint often didn't take her, the vice sect leader, seriously. Hee, don't you like me more and more? Ling Xiao teased with a smile. Yes, a little bit, Yuro Fei answered directly. She paused for a moment and said, "What kind of pill are you refining? Why is the vision so terrifying?" She had seen the alchemist saint of their Holy In cult refine 8th grade pills. However, the vision that appeared each time was not as terrifying as Ling Zhao's. The Holy Emperor pill. It's a pity that with my current ability, I can only refine a semi-finished product. Ling Xiao sighed softly. He had a pill in his hand that wasn't very regular, and it was quite different from the ones he had refined in the past. This couldn't be helped. He had just stepped into the saint realm, so it was indeed difficult for him to refine a Holy Emperor pill. If he had reached the middle-level saint realm, he probably wouldn't be in such a difficult situation, and the pills he refined would definitely be much more perfect. It's actually this kind of legendary pill. You can actually refine it. Yuro Fei, who had obviously heard of it before, said in astonishment. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't explain further. Instead, he flew towards Han Kai, who was not far away. I didn't expect you to have already reached this step. Your senior brother is ashamed of his inferiority. Han Kai looked at Ling Xiao and sighed. He remembered that when he had first met Ling Xiao had just stepped into the 7th grade alchemist realm. Now, Ling Xiao's alchemy level had surpassed his. Senior brother, you're just being modest. If you had enough materials, I'm afraid you would have already refined it yourself. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. He believed that with Han Kai's ability, it was completely possible for him to refine the Holy Emperor pill. He just lacked spirit herbs. Han Kai took the incomplete pill from Ling Xiao's hand, and his old eyes became a little misty. The power required to become a saint is already quite terrifying. If you want to become a holy emperor, you can't just rely on world energy. You also need the support of source energy. No matter where on this continent is, there isn't enough world energy or source energy for a peak saint to break through to the holy emperor realm. This is also why there isn't a holy emperor in the central region. Therefore, if you want to become a holy emperor, you generally choose to leave this continent and go to the heaven region. Only there will you have the conditions to break through, Han Kai said. Senior brother, are you saying that my holy emperor pill is useless even if I give it to you? Ling Xiao asked. Han Kai shook his head and said, of course not. This holy emperor pill contains the source energy of a world oddity. It can indeed help people break through to the holy emperor realm. However, if I take it here, without the support of the source energy from the outside world, I can only become a half-holy emperor at most. I can't become a true holy emperor. He paused for a moment and smiled, but even becoming a half-holy emperor can still prolong my old life. That's good. I thought junior brother had refined it for nothing. Ling Xiao replied in a relaxed tone. For this holy emperor pill, he had used up almost all of his 8th grade spirit herbs. If Han Kai couldn't use it, then his efforts would have been in vain. You can rest assured and go to the heaven region. With me there, nothing will happen to the Smiling Palace for the next 1,000 years. Han Kai said solemnly to Ling Xiao. Then I'll have to trouble senior brother. If I can really gain a foothold in the heaven region, I will definitely move all of you there. Ling Xiao replied seriously. I believe that you have the ability to do so. Now I also have the chance to wait for that day to come. Han Kai patted Ling Xiao's shoulder happily and said, After a pause, he continued, "The journey to the heaven region is long and difficult. I believe that you have learned some things from your master, the evil emperor. I won't say anything more. Be careful. If you can't do it, you can come back and cultivate for another 1,000 years. And don't worry, senior brother. You should know that my life is tough. Besides, I have 2 special guards with me. I believe that going to the heaven region will not be a problem." Ling Xiao replied. After Ling Xiao and Han Kai returned to the Smiling Palace, he called Feng Ling Tian and Xen Li over. In the future, when father is not here, don't always be naughty and only care about your own cultivation. When you have time, accompany your grandmother and mother. The most important thing is to take care of your sister and brother. Do you understand? Ling Xiao looked at his extraordinary son and said solemnly. Feng Ling Tian put away his usual sloppy appearance and looked at his idol-like father with moist eyes. He replied, "Father, don't worry, I know what to do. With me here, I will definitely not let my sister and brother suffer any grievances. And now that you have grown up, father was a little harsh on you in the past, but father did it for your own good. Although your strength is not bad now, you still need to work hard, understand?" Ling Xiao said to Feng Lingtan. Then he looked at Xen Li and said, "Master has never taught you well. Do you have any resentment towards Master?" Xen Li's eyes flashed with tears. He knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, "No, Master, you have taught me a lot. If not for Master, how could Li have today?" When he thought about how he did not know when he would see Ling Xiao again, he felt very sad in his heart. In his heart, he had long regarded Ling Xiao as a father. "I can see all of your hard work. Your future path will be very broad, and one day the central region will be your world. You have a steady temperament, and you work seriously. As the eldest senior, you'll have to work harder. Look after your junior brothers and sisters, and don't let them walk down the wrong path," Ling Xiao instructed. "Master, don't worry, Li will definitely look after them," Xen Li seriously promised. "And you must unite as one. Do not humiliate the power of the Smiling Palace. I hope that when I return in the future, you will have become famous people, and the name of the Smiling Palace will be even more grand." Ling Xiao encouraged them. The 2 nodded solemnly, their eyes full of fighting spirit. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.